All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. The court officer can please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krsnici. Thank you, Your Honors.
Not yet.
Mine's just a short housekeeping.
The Thaçi and Krsnici requests to add items to the presentation queue will be admitted or will be allowed, no objection having been stated by the prosecution. There are 2 items for the Krsnici and 1 item for Thaçi. Go ahead, your item.
Yes, Your Honor, just one housekeeping. Taking the suggestion of Judge Gaynor to correct that newspaper article, we have in fact corrected that, Judge, and added it and uploaded it as DHT 02782 to DHT 02782. And just for reference's sake, this is the translation of the Courier KURIR article that Your Honor referenced yesterday, and we would offer that into evidence with a corrected copy. And apologies for the mistaken spelling.
Thank you, Mr. Kehoe. Before I invite the witness in, the panel will address some other housekeeping matters related to the applications for leave to appeal that are currently pending. First, I refer to the joint defense application for leave to appeal the panel's decision F01963 on the admission of documents shown to prosecution witness W04769. The panel is mindful of the upcoming period of court recess and notes that under the rules, the briefing schedule would overlap with the recess and could constitute a serious inconvenience for counsel on both sides. Thus, subject to any objections, the panel is minded to extend the briefing schedule proprio motu. The panel proposes to set the deadline for the SBO's response until 9 January 2024, which would make the reply due on the following Tuesday, 16 January. So this was our idea. If there's any objections, I'd like to hear about them now. Any objection from the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any other defense?
No, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. So that will be the subject of our first oral order under Rule 9.9, subparagraph 5A of the rules. The panel extends the deadline for any response to F01982 to Tuesday, 9 January 2024, and orders that any reply be filed on Tuesday, 16 January 2024. The defense is to notify the panel no later than 11 January 2024 whether it will file a reply. This concludes the panel's oral order. Next, the panel has before it applications of the defense for Mr. Krsnici, Veseli, and Salimi for leave to appeal the panel's decision F01917 on the admission of the statements of the accused. The panel wishes to inform the parties that irrespective of the upcoming recess, the panel intends to maintain the briefing schedule under Rules 76 and 77 of the rules, and the panel will issue its decision in compliance with Rule 77, sub 3. The panel would also like to hear briefly from Mr. Kehoe and the other defense counsel about their updated cross-examine estimates for the current witness, as it might impact our schedule and might require this particular witness to return next week.
I would say, Your Honor, I would try to move through quickly, but it's going to be most of the day.
Most of today?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Your Honor, looking at what I have right now, it is about 30 or 40 minutes. 30 or 40, yeah.
I'm still at between an hour and a half, Your Honour, but that may depend or be reduced further depending on Mr. Kehoe's
Yes,
cross-examination.
understood. Mr. Ellis?
Your Honour, the time estimate hasn't changed. It may come down from an hour and a half to an hour, but I think we're already looking at beyond the 5 hours
Yeah,
today.
we are. Okay. Thank you very much. So, Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness. Oh, I'm
Your
sorry.
Honour, just before the witness is brought in, a matter was raised shortly after the lunch and adjournment yesterday, whilst I was out of court, concerning the issue of contact with family. My intention is to provide the court with an explanation in writing, if that's acceptable, rather than to take up court time explaining the circumstances in which that came to pass.
You may bring the witness in now. Good morning, witness. Can you hear okay?
Yes, sir.
Today, we will continue with the cross-examination, beginning with the Thaçi defense. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Mr. Kehoe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Ms. Mitchell, and I'll try to move through this as quickly as possible and certainly not repeat what I did before. We left off yesterday on the Serb authorities arming civilians, and I'd like to show you a document. This is DHT, begins on DHT 07525 to DHT 07537. And I'll just show you the front page. It's an expert report from the Slobodan Milosevic matter that you testified in. But if I can just show you the front page. And just to orient you, Ms. Mitchell, I don't expect you have read this report. But this is a report from the Office of the Prosecutor, military analyst at the ICTY, Philip R. Koo, in the Milosevic matter that you testified to. And if I can turn first to DHT 07536. And if we could just scroll down to that paragraph 25. And in this, this is an order from the Serb Federal Ministry of Defense, May 1998. And it notes that it has been observed that because of the increased number of attacks by the Albanian terrorists on the legal organs of government and Serbs, Montenegrins, and citizens of other nationalities loyal to the Republic of Serbia and the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, the inhabitants of some municipalities are organizing themselves for the purpose of defense. In this connection, I hereby order chiefs of departments and heads shall immediately establish contacts with municipal leaders and ensure that lists are compiled for the purpose of arming the population, which will be carried out by the Federal Ministry of Defense through its organizational units throughout the territory. And then they talk about who they're not going to give weapons to, and they're not going to give weapons to people in the Army and the MUP. But this talks about purpose of arming the population. And if we can turn 2 pages back to DHT 07532. And if we can just scroll down to the paragraph in the middle, beginning with the view, and this has to do with surveillance posts in civilian houses. This is likewise an order from the Serb Ministry of Defense with a view to integrating communications in municipal...
Objection, Your Honor. I believe we discussed at length in my questioning, not reading whole passages to the witness. Is there a question?
Is there a question?
There is a question. I'm just trying to give her the opportunity to read it if she wants.
Doesn't she have it in front of her?
Yes, she does.
Well, she can read it.
That's fine. I mean, whatever the path of least resistance, Judge. If she wants to read it, that's
I think
fine.
probably the simplest way is to have her go ahead and take a moment and read it.
Ms. Mitchell, I was reading it, but if you could just take a look at that and tell me when, if we can scroll down, tell me when you finish the bottom of that page, and we can go to the next page.
Go to the next page now, please.
And just tell me when you finish that first paragraph at the top.
I've finished, sir.
Okay. So this is an order, as you can see, for setting up radio stations in civilian houses. So we have these orders coming from the Ministry of Defense, arming civilians, the Serb Ministry of Defense, I should say, arming civilians and putting radio stations in individual civilian houses. Did you know anything about that at the time?
No, this is the first time I'm seeing this.
So let us shift gears if we can and move into away from, Serbs, blaming Kosovo Albanians for crimes. And I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about your conversations, testimony, if you will, with the SPO concerning some of the zone commanders that you met, et cetera. And ma'am, again, I appreciate this has been a long time ago, so I understand some of those difficulties that time brings with it. So we were talking a little bit about the KLA, and I think you had previously, you had written in, let's just read it. Let's go to SPOE 00198 to SPOE 00198-366 at page 151 and 152. This should be at the bottom of the page going to the next page. One 151. My apologies. I misspoke, Your Honor. It's 151, not 151. It's 151, not 158. Is that 151?
251. 151.
Yeah. I know, but we're on 251, so we just need to change it. So, talking at the bottom of the page here, this is placing the UCK organization into a standard military format can be misleading. Companies, quote, in some cases were larger in a number than a brigade. So that's pretty unusual for any type of army to have a company that is larger than a brigade, is it not, Ms. Mitchell? To your knowledge?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair enough, fair enough. So UKC subunits tended to be organized around a collection of villages of varying size and disposition. The size and shape of the unit was not fixed, and boundaries between such units were often fluid. Is that a basic overview as to how you and the folks at OSCE, or the KVM for that matter, viewed the KLA at the time?
Could you go back to it?
Sure.
I'm sorry, it moved while I was reading it.
Sure, I'm sorry. My apologies to that. You just flip back to the bottom of the page. And again, Ms. Mitchell, anytime that happens and you need some more time, just let me know.
Thank you, sir.
One other thing, you used the term at that time. Please state what time you're talking about.
The time when KVM came in the fall of 1998,
Yes,
and that carried through during your stay in Kosovo from late October into your leaving in March, wasn't it?
the description here,
Yes.
more or less, yes.
So, Your Honor, at this time, I'll offer this excerpt into evidence.
No objection.
SPOE 00198 to 0019836. Just pages 51 and 52.
Yeah, just that excerpt, just consistent with what we've been doing, just the
Page
excerpt.
151 and 152.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is admitted.
Your Honor, those pages will be added to P 743.1.
And when your folks were interacting with them, you received reports that the KLA was always short of weapons and that they were having difficulty getting weapons coming from Albania as the war proceeded. That's right, too, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in the field and your folks are in the field, most of the meetings your meetings were with local level commanders, weren't they?
Yes.
Okay. I understand what you were doing. I appreciate that. And let me read some of your testimony in the Milutinovich case. This for counsel is Milutinovich IT 0587, transcript 755 to 738. And we're looking at 615, line 6 to 16. And the question that was asked of you at the time was, okay, and in addition to the KLA, weren't there in fact other armed Serbian, Kosovo Albanian factions operating in various areas of Kosovo Metohija? Answer, if I may, the KLA was not unified in a centrally coordinated way. It had different zone commanders, and so it tended to look different in different parts. I don't know at times, who was part of the KLA and in a particular village. Only, the natural defense groups would form, and then they called themselves the KLA. It was difficult to know. So, based on your experience, Ms. Mitchell, you had testified that the KLA was not unified in a centrally coordinated way. That's accurate, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you had the general, you talked a little bit about zone commanders in your SPO testimony. And the zone commanders were basically limited in their geographical area, weren't they?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And, you know, and that the zone commanders, of course, were in charge and operated things in their area, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Now, just to correct something, and this just may be, it's not criticism, I understand you're not a military person, but you had told the SPO that the KLA had ranks. I just want to read you some testimony of a this is just one of several of a deputy zone commander in the Postrick zone who said that during the war, let me give you the quote, this is the testimony of, and this is not confidential, Sadiq Aliyaha, page 10404, line 3 of his testimony on the 4 December 2023. And he said that during the war, the Kosovo Liberation Army had no ranks. Right? Were you aware that there were no ranks in the KLA?
No?
Okay. Now, the structure that you had, that you were dealing with in the KLA, you dealt with, it was not centrally coordinated, but if you wanted to get something done, you went to the zone commanders, right?
Yes.
And that was very different from the Serb structure, wasn't it? Where it was very much a vertical chain of command, wasn't it?
Yes, you could see the Serb structure.
The Serb structure was very vertical, and be fair to say that the KLA structure was horizontal from zone to zone. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, I think you testified that the zone commanders got together and had meetings and democratically voted for things and how to do things, right?
Yes, sir.
And the person that you were dealing with, for the most part in this, was someone by the name of Ramush Haradinaj, right?
That was the name that came up the most, yes, sir.
And you had told the SPO in your discussions with them in the 1st of December, and this is in paragraph 31, counsel, of your proofing note, that the primary operational zone commander on the ground appeared to be Ramush Haradinaj. Is that right?
That was my impression, yes.
Okay. So, and this is for the entire time that you are in, and I'm talking about pre-evacuation, okay?
Correct.
From October through your evacuation in 22nd of March or something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, he was the guy from, I'm sorry, counsel, please.
I just wanted, if you could read the last line, just because there is
You can do
something
that on
right after
redirect.
the primary operational
You-
commander.
You can do that on redirect. I mean, I'm just crossing it.
Understood, Judge.
And he was the person that you had spoken to on numerous times, right? Approximately just how many?
Sir, I don't recall speaking to him privately. There were meetings and he was at the meetings, yes.
And I'm not suggesting that
Yeah.
these were private meetings, Ms. Mitchell. I'm just talking about meetings that you were at.
Yes, sir.
That he was the person that people spoke to, and he's the guy he said appeared to be in charge. And you said, I think also, again, in paragraph 31, that he was the person who could stop the shooting on the ground.
Correct.
Mr. Keough, two things. Please try to pause just a bit before you ask the next question. And number two, if you have a comment during an objection, don't throw it across the aisle. It's supposed to come to the bench.
And Your Honor, I respectfully, I apologize for that. I stand corrected and I won't do it again. So there was a period of time, and I want to go back to your discussions with the SPO about the period of time in the pre-NATO bombing. And if I can just put That's the SPO statement 076826, 076820, paragraph 45. If I could put that on the screen. I just want to give you a chance to read it, Ms. Mitchell. It's a lot easier than me just rambling through it, if you will. Paragraph 45. Thank you. I think it's towards the bottom. Just starting at the beginning of that, if you could take a look at paragraph 45 at the top, it said within the KLA there was not a chief of staff running things centrally in the period before the NATO bombing. During this period, all of the zone commanders would meet with one another for zone commander meetings which would take place in different locations to protect the safety of those in attendance. Instead of being directed from above through a centralized command, as the Serb military was, my understanding was that these zone commander meetings were run more like democracy with equal votes for each commander. That's accurate. That assessment is accurate based on your observations and experience, is it not?
Correct.
So let us turn with this idea of the difference between a vertical and a horizontal structure, and let me show you a DHT 01465 to DHT 01467. And this is a letter from the State Department, the U.S. State Department, to Senator McConnell in the U.S. Senate of May the 4th of 1999. And you can take a quick look. And I want to focus your attention on the third paragraph. Just looking at this document, have you seen this document before?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay, just go to and this is a letter again of 4 May of 1999. And at that state, the U.S. State Department writes, moreover, as there is no political structure in Kosovo or effective command and control of the KLA, it would take many months, if not years, to organize them to use and maintain any military assistance the United States would provide. So, with regard to an effective vertical command and control, that didn't exist in Kosovo within the KLA when you were there.
I don't agree with this statement.
You don't agree? Okay.
No.
That's fine. But at this point, is with regard to the vertical and horizontal chain of command, you would agree with me that the Serbs were vertical, whereas the KLA was in fact horizontal.
Not quite so simple, but
But going back to what you said, though, of course, that there was no central, as you noted previously, that there was no central command within the KOA.
They had a general staff. I'm not sure if we're using the same language or not.
And I'm just talking to you about what you testified in Milutinovich, that it was not unified in a centrally coordinated way, that it was not like the Serbs, that you had to go to the local commanders. And
Yes,
that's right.
yes,
Okay, so the coordination is, again, was on the horizontal level.
yes.
So at the end of the day, when you are talking about this, and again, I'm talking about your period of time prior to the evacuation, you have a KLA structure with zone commanders being the power center, and the person who you are dealing with is Ramush Haradnai, for the most part, or your organization.
In that particular zone, which happened to be where there was an awful lot of activity.
And what zone was that?
I think it was the Arahavach area.
But, and in that particular area, he was the person who
Yes,
could stop the shooting on the ground. Okay. So, but as we move through here, we're again talking about something that, from your experience, is controlled basically by the zone commanders.
yes.
Now, let me talk with you, if I could, a little bit about detention facilities. And I noted you did discuss with us the detention facility that you, in fact, visited, where in the zone with Commander Remy, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I know that you noted some possible other ones, but that's the one that you were talking about, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, and these detention centers, from your experience, were just in houses, right?
Yes,
And they had small amounts of people there.
yes.
I'm trying to take my pause, Judge. I just got the appropriate note from my colleagues. Ms. Mitchell's doing a great job. I'm not doing so hot, but, you know. And just by way of background, Ms. Mitchell, obviously, visiting these locations by someone who is at the higher upper echelon of running essentially the human rights organization, along with your assistant, Susanna Ringard. These were significant meetings in your mind, were they not?
Yes, sir.
And, I mean, obviously, when you were going in, and prior to talking to these detainees, there was preparation with the local commander before such a meeting would take place, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had certain rules and requirements that you wanted to abide by, and they wanted to, for instance, come into the meetings and you refused, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the meeting I'm talking about in particular is the meeting on February 18th. And in Exhibit P116, and we don't need to put this up, I can just do it, that the military police chief wanted to come into the meetings, but you did not want him in the meetings, and he was not in the meetings, was he?
No, sir.
But given the seriousness of these meetings, I mean, obviously you and Ms. Ringard, I don't want to just speak for Ms. Ringard, I'll just speak for you, please. I mean, you had some personal responsibility to get this right, to ensure accurate reporting, right?
Yes, sir.
And when I say get it right, to document exactly what was seen, what you observed, what you heard, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's important. And I'm not just talking for you. I'm talking about for anybody that's in the human rights arena to do this, to get it right, because as a human rights observer, when you're getting in and taking information, potentially people's lives could be on the line, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, if someone is hurt and seriously injured, I think you told the SPO, of course, you'd report that, and you would try to get that person some medical aid or something that that person might need in order to help himself, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you saw, what you heard, what you did during those meetings was, and how you documented that was important, not only for the safety of those people, but so that the people within KVM could understand what was going on, right?
Yes, sir.
So let me just, we just talk about this meeting on the 18th of February. I don't want to repeat everything that you said on direct, but I do believe the zone commander was Commander Remy, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you, in fact, wrote a report on this, and if I can just put that up, and we looked at it before, so it's not going to be anything new. It's 1D 0007, it's just 1D7. And this is the report of the 8 individuals that you saw, right?
Yes, sir.
And you documented things like, for the first individual, that he had an ICRC visit. You see that?
Yes.
And that the second one, I believe, received some medical attention. If we can scroll up to the second one, please.
Yes.
And I believe the third and the fourth, third and the fifth, third, 6, 7, 8, the family knew where they were.
Yes.
And the array of these people, and you're welcome to look at the entire document. I mean, some are detained for collaboration, some are detained for murder, attempted murder, that's number 5. Some are detained for theft. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you testified and this was 2 days ago, that these witnesses, these detainees that you saw were, and were very, and this is the temporary transcript, page 72 of the 5th of December, that they were very submissive, line 5, page 72, very submissive, perhaps afraid. Is that assessment located any place in this report?
No, I don't believe so.
And you note on that same page that you told that you advised that they had been coached or told how to behave. That's line 15. Is that on there? Is that in this report at all?
No.
So it is, you had previously been told that the SPO, this is in your witness statement to the SPO of 26, that they appeared nervous and appeared to be operating from a script. The items that these people are nervous or testifying from a script, is not in there either, is it?
Nope.
So what we have is an assessment of information concerning these particular detainees, which are not included in your report that you sent up the chain of command in the OSCE, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then in fact, sorry for the no pause there, and in fact, when a witness is nervous, I mean, the OSC traditionally would include that in their witness assessment, wouldn't they?
Maybe.
Well, let me show you a document. This is U007-9607 to U007-966, and this will be at page 79658. Did I say that correctly? I've been corrected that I left a line off there. It should be U007-9607 to U007-9661, and this is at 79658. And if we can turn to Ms. Mitchell, if we could show the witness the first page to orient you, Ms. Mitchell, that would be, I think, if we could go to page 1 before we go to page 79658. This is a report going to Andrew Cayley, and I believe it's coming from Ms. Ringard concerning interviews, and if we could just go to 79658. Down at the bottom of the page in the nota bene. And this is coming from Merle O'Reilly, and this is the 22nd and 23rd of February. I can't read that exactly, 1999. But I'm interested in the first line. It says, the victim seemed to be scared during the interview and did not give details about his arrest and insisted at all times he had not been mistreated. Here is an instance, of course, where the OSC properly documented that this particular person was scared. That was the proper thing to do, right?
Yes, that's a good report.
Okay, but in none of the descriptions concerning the detainees that you interviewed, did you mention that any were scared, or that any had been coached, or that any were submissive? Right?
Yes.
And of course, notwithstanding the SPO's question about wearing, heavy clothing because it was cold, I mean, you didn't see any of these people injured, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. And of course, if there had been injuries, you would have documented that.
Yes.
Now, with regard to this item, for instance, number 2, for instance, if we can go back to 1D7, Exhibit 1D7. And just, for instance, just go to number 2 there. This individual was charged with, number 2 in the, That's Yashari, Hetem Yashari. I mean, this is an individual who's charged with, collaboration, right?
Yes,
And yeah, according to what you told the SPO, there were quite a few people that were charged with collaboration, right?
yes.
And in fact, let me, with regard to your second in command, Suzanne Ringard Peterson, she testified in the Lemai case, and this is at Lemai IT 0366. Better still, DHT 03494 to 03540. I'm sorry, 03540, I stand correct. This is at line, on 40, it's at line 10 to 13. I'm sorry, could you move to page 3516 in this document? My apologies, Ms. Mitchell, I'm just trying to get this straight. So the question was asked, and on the issue of collaborators, one that has come up before in your work in Kosovo, the question. It didn't come up directly in my work, but the issue of collaboration, that was something that was discussed in KVM because it was quite prevalent that there were people who would often, for money, collaborate with the other side. Now, during the period of time where people were accused of collaboration, there was collaboration, wasn't there? And they were doing it for money.
Yes.
So in the theater of operations, we had false flag operations from the Serbs. They were arming civilians, and then they were paying off collaborators for information, right?
Yes.
So, and before we get into the rest of that, we also had a situation where you had, and let me backtrack and withdraw that. You had a situation where, on several occasions, I take it, where KVM was traveling to meet the KLA, and that you were followed by Serb authorities, and shooting arose when they followed you and the KLA showed up.
That's correct.
Okay. And you know how many times that happened?
It was a few times before measures were put in place to try to mitigate that.
Understood. And I understand it became a dangerous situation for KBM that the Serbs, in addition to the arming civilians and for false flag operations and collaborators, they were trying to intercede and interfere in your relationship with the KLA, or put both you and the KLA in jeopardy by following you at meetings. Right?
That's right.
And continuing on with Ms. Ringard, and this is the same transcript, and if I could read for you at this at page 3536, line 19 to 22. Is that right? Is that 3536? I see it, yeah. So at line 19, Ms. Ringard asked, did you become aware during your time there of allegations being made that the MUP officers were offering inducements to Albanians in return for information regarding the KLA? You're nodding. And the answer is absolutely yes, was her answer. That's accurate. That was your experience as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, with regard to collaborators, you were aware that oftentimes people were described as collaborators, and that was in fact, well, let me withdraw that a second and just orient you with Ms. Ringard, if we can. Please stay with Ms. Ringard, and that would be page, same IT number, page 3532, line, the line 18 to 22. And it says, Ms. Ringard, thanks for your patience. Now you've testified that KVM received information on abductions by the KLA, including so-called collaborators. Based on the information you received and that KVM received, were you ever able to determine whether this was the work of, say, rogue elements, to use a phrase, or was there a broader policy at work? The information that we, the information that we had mainly through our liaison officers to the KLA was that they were aware of rogue elements and that they sometimes found it difficult to control all instances of personal revenge and cases like that. So, at the time, Ms. Mitchell, the KVM was aware that individuals were using the tag as collaborators or similar type of appellation for personal revenge reasons, weren't they?
Yes.
And in this court, the court has heard numerous evidence, items of witnesses that they were done, many abductions were done for personal revenge matters and had nothing to do with being collaborators. It just was something, a personal revenge, a personal grief, a personal spat, that someone was using the KLA to use the KLA to vindicate their position and take revenge from somebody, on somebody. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, just a couple of things. Now, it's not your testimony, and I'll read one item of a former KLA member. We have several. But this is just a transcript page without identifying the person because it was in closed session. And I don't know what the proper procedure is. I'm not going to identify the person, just what the person said. Okay. And this is to be a transcript 23.
I'm sorry, I should say on the record, go ahead.
That's right, okay. I heard you, Judge, thanks. Transcript T230613. This is the 13th of June, 2023. Page, it's at 4766, line 21 to 23. This SPO witness that was asked, so because it was a volunteer army, if somebody didn't support the war effort, that didn't make them suspicious either, did it? It did not. So, was it your experience simply because you didn't support the war, you weren't a collaborator?
No, I don't think I could agree with that as a blanket statement.
You have a particular individual who told you that if in fact he didn't support the war, he was deemed to be a collaborator. Do you recall?
No.
Okay. Now, also, you talked about the LDK, and the same witness who testified in the 13th of June, and this would be page 4765, 519. He was asked that, for instance, you didn't understand collaborators to be individuals who were LDK members, did you? And the answer was no. So, merely because you were a member of the LDK did not make you a collaborator, did it? Yes,
That's a question for me?
that's a question for you. I'm sorry, maybe I
It's difficult to answer because it depends who's saying it. I had heard people that said that, but then others may not have that opinion.
well, I mean, you do recognize that most of the KLA members were LDK members, right? Most-
No,
Oh, you didn't know that?
no,
Well, based on your experience in there, you didn't learn the fact that most of the foot soldiers, the Army, were LDK members? You didn't learn that?
nope.
So you have no knowledge as to, whether or not being an LDK member deemed you to be a collaborator, do you?
Well, based on the information that I received, again, we're talking before the war, after the war?
During the war. During the
During
period
the
of time
war.
when KVM was there from October through March, during that period of time, merely because you remember the LDK and you were in the KLA, didn't mean you were a collaborator, right?
Again, sir, that I couldn't agree to that blanket statement. We had heard repeatedly that the LDK had let the Kosovars down, that they did not resist strong enough, and therefore that they were not aligned.
Well, let me read you the testimony of Rustam Mustafa. That's Remy's name, Commander Remy's name. Not that I would expect you to know that, I don't. And this is at his transcript on 14 July 2023, page 5724, line 22 to 5725, line 5. Question: were people detained based on the fact that they were members of the LDK? No. Answer: no. Question: do you have an opinion about the theory that the LDK was being detained because they were political opponents? Answer: the LDK supported the liberation of my region. Do you have anything to dispute that the LDK was supporting liberation in the LOP region?
I don't know the basis for that, no.
Okay, again, this is the testimony of
Sure.
the individual that you met with prior to your detention meeting. And then he goes on to say, that the finance, the LDK did not, the KLA did not detain LDK people. You have any reason to dispute that in the LOP zone, the KLA was not detaining LDK people?
I'd have to really go back to the documents to verify that. My recollection is that LDK was under pressure across Kosovo.
Understood.
We're going to take we need to take a 10-minute break
Yes, Your
at
Honor.
this point, so then you'll be back on.
Yes, sir. That's a good time, Judge. I'm about to shift topics. so it's
Okay.
good.
If you would please escort the witness out of the courtroom. So we're adjourned until 10:10.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, please bring in the witness. All right, Mr. Keough, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Mitchell, so just to finish this particular area, I mean, there are a myriad of personal reasons why people could have been arrested and detained that had nothing to do with the KLA, were just on a personal level. Isn't that right?
Detained by whom?
If they were detained by people, they were detained by somebody with KLA with a personal motive to call somebody a collaborator, paint them with that description. There was a lot of that going on, wasn't there?
Yes.
And by the way, collaborators, and when you interviewed people, I mean, you understood that there were in fact collaborators. I mean, you never expected in your discussions to a collaborator to admit to you that he was a collaborator, did you?
It was a surprise.
Yeah. Did that ever happen to your
Yes.
recollection?
Yes.
Let us shift. I'm going to shift gears here, just to give you a note, and I want to talk about, the refugee crisis, and I want to talk about it as it bears on the KLA and what happened in the KLA. So that's the backdrop to all of this, and so we understand the direction we're going. If my questions are ever confusing on this score, please let me know. And we're talking about a period of time prior to the February Rambouillet conferences, and just to orient you, but in January and February, the VJ and the MUP were engaged in winter exercises, and from your analysis, were ramping up for military activities, weren't they?
Yes.
And through the latter part of February, they were doing exercises in a variety of different locations, in addition to Mitrovica, but in many different places around Kosovo, giving everybody the impression that they were getting ready to attack, right?
Yes, I remember specifically from the south and the north.
And during that period of time, during these winter exercises, as they commenced, and let me just read you one point, just to orient you just a little bit. I know there's quite a bit in As Seen As Told, but just one comment. And this would be SPOE 00198-098 to 00198-366, and the page I'm interested in is 198-106. And as we bring this up, these military activities that were planned in January went from January into February and into March prior to your departure from Kosovo, right?
Yes.
And if we can just look on the screen to the comment, on the first full, at the top, please, starting with the other key events in this regard. The other key events in this regard in the period before 20 March were the killing of Kosovo Albanians by police at Rogovo and Rakovina later in January, the launch of the Yugoslav Army, quote, winter exercises, end quote, involving the shelling of villages and the forced expulsion of villagers in Vashuri municipality in February and March, a military and police offensive in Kachanik in February, in which a tactic of burning and destroying civilian homes to clear the area of the UCK was employed, and a violent police crackdown in the Albanian quarter of Pristina in early March after the killing of 2 police officers. Alongside the killings in Račak, these evidence reveal a pattern of grave abuses by Yugoslav and Serb forces against the, the civilian population. Such patterns of abuse reoccur after 20 March in the descriptions given by refugees. So looking at this tactic by the Serb authorities, be the MUP or by the VJ were an attempt to clear areas of the KLA. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll offer this item into evidence.
No objection.
And continuing on, oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
SPOE 00198098 to 00198366 at page 19, and you just went the page?
Just those pages, yes, Your Honor.
Page
Just
198106 will be admitted.
And Your Honors, like with the rest, this page will be added to Exhibit P 743.1.
And if I can, may I proceed, Judge? Yeah, if I could turn our attention to SBO E 00198-367 to 198834 at page 198780. And I think we're looking at page 198780. And if we go to the top of that page, it's the top paragraph, we can blow up that top paragraph for Ms. Mitchell. So, actually, starting in the first sentence, after the period, as armed engagements between Yugoslav Serbian forces and the UCK continued in the area of the exercises, it became clear that these exercises, in quotes, had a strategic aim for the VJ to secure the main road and rail routes between Kovačka, Mitrovica, and Pristina by pushing the UCK, back into their strongholds in the Chičevica Mountains. The exercises affected villages along approximately a 15-kilometer stretch of road and railway to the northwest and the south of Vichun town. VJ forces initially deployed in the Machica area of Kovačka Mitrovica in the north and the end of the stretch in Novolan and Bukosh in roughly the center of the stretch. The VJ extended its activities into areas south of Vichun on approximately 10 March and towards Mihalic and Devara along the main road in the mountains of Sravac. So, as we look at what the VJ and the MUP are trying to do, they are trying to solidify their control on a main transportation route between Mitrovica and Pristina, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that is vital for their military concerns because that is, of course, the Mitrovica being the closest big city before you get into Serbia, right?
Yes.
And their attack was in addition to removing civilians from this road and in their villages, was also, according to what you write, was to drive the KLA up into the Chičevica Mountains so they wouldn't pose as a threat to the VJ or the MUP while they're securing this road, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's a very specific tactical, operational, and, a strategic, tactical, and a strategic, operational, and tactical purpose for these winter exercises as part of their overall plan to defeat the KLA, right?
Yes.
Okay, and when this was going on, let us turn to, again, to Volume 2, As Seen, As Heard. And this would, Volume 1 of As Seen, As Heard, and we can turn to SPOE 198792.
Interpreters note the speakers are kindly reminded to make pauses between question and answer. Thank you.
I apologize. While we're waiting, Judge, if I can just move into evidence. The past two, I believe I didn't put the past two items into evidence. The one at 198106 and the one at 198780.
Your Honor, I believe 106 is already in, but as to 780, no objection. I would just ask, that's the first passage that also includes footnotes, so I would, or endnotes, I would ask that the endnotes be included as well as references.
And just for the record, Judge, I agree with counsel that anytime there's a footnote, that the footnote should be included.
SPOE 00198-367 to 00198-834 at page 198780, plus the notes is admitted.
Your Honors, that will be added to Exhibit P 743.3, and if I could get the year end for the end notes page.
The other one's already admitted.
I proceed, Your Honor?
The other one is already admitted.
Oh, it is, okay, that's fine, Judge. I kind of lost track of these numbers. So just looking at these winter exercises, and we're beginning with the third full paragraph, many people affected, Ms. Mitchell, many people affected by what was happening in the area of the winter exercises fled across the river. The area to the east of the river became crowded with IDPs. That's IDPs, internally displaced people, right?
That's correct, yes.
However, from approximately 20 March, this area was also shelled. Expulsion from the villages in the area occurred in mid-April. On 15 April, Kosovo Albanian residents of Prajula and nearby villages were ordered to leave. We don't have to read the rest of that. So during this period of time, while these attacks were going on in the exercises, the Kosovo Albanian population was forced to leave their villages, killed and driven out of their villages, weren't they?
Yes.
And obviously during the ramp-up time, and I can certainly understand the motivation, certainly as the Rambouillet conference broke down, that's when KVM decided that they had to go leave the area, right?
Yes, sir.
But during this period of time, the VJ was targeting individuals with KLA connections, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if we can turn to the same volume 1 at SPOE 00198-172. Middle paragraph there was a pattern. You can scroll up it. So we're talking about under the killing by Serb forces of civilians with UCK connections. It notes that there was a pattern of targeting people who had or were perceived to have UCK connections, whereas prior to 20 March, this might have led to an arrest. Chapter 9, arbitrary arrest and detention, this is referring to the chapter in the book. After that date, the intentions of the Yugoslav and Serb army were likely to be more murderous. And we're on that page. If we could just move down, I believe it's the same, no, it's not the same page. If we could move to SBOE 00198 8272. In the interest of time, Ms. Mitchell, I'm just going to go through a couple of these, and you're welcome to go back to them, but just we'll ask for your comment on them in toto. It's at the bottom of that page, killings. It notes that very many statements speak of execution of young men, sometimes because they came from locations that were well-known UCK strongholds, and other times because they had the family names as known UCK fighters. In most cases, however, they seem to have been killed simply because they were male and young enough to join the UCK. And if we can go to one last one before we're there, this would be at page 198167. It's that middle paragraph beginning with further escalation. Further escalation after 24 March 99 being when the NATO bombing commenced. Is that right?
That's, yes, sir.
Summary and arbitrary killing became a generalized phenomenon throughout Kosovo with the beginning of the NATO air campaign against the FRY on the night of 24 and 25 March. So, Ms. Mitchell, what we have here as what KVM has documented is that the VJ or the MUP continue to, or targeting people who are affiliated with the UCK in strongholds that thought to be from the UCK or related to the UCK, and as opposed to just taking them into custody, they're murdering them. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll offer those three items into evidence. I believe it was just three. Were there more than three?
You have 198792, 198172, 198272, and 198167.
Your Honor, if we can offer them all, please.
No objection, just if counsel can provide the end notes to the court so they can be included.
As to each one of those, the notes will be provided by counsel and were included in the admission.
Your Honor, page SPOE 00198792 will be added to Exhibit P 743.3. And then from SPOE 0019898 to 001983666, the pages SPOE 198172, 198272, and 198167. They will be added to Exhibit P 743.1.
Thank you.
And just moving ahead, during this period of time, in addition to the killings, there were the destruction of communal buildings by the Serbs. There were reported rapes by the Serbs, destruction of villages by the Serbs. Isn't that right, during this period of time?
Yes, sir.
And what you also observed, not only when you left, but also when you were in the refugee camps, were that hundreds of thousands of Kosovo Albanians either were forced out or fled in the wake of this armed destruction by the VJ and MUP forces, and paramilitaries as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And when we have that with those refugees and people were leaving, that included soldiers who had been in the KLA as well, didn't it? They went with their families.
Yes.
And what we have during this period of time, and this is a let me just refer to your report. This would be, again, Volume 1, SPOE 198243. One nine eight two four three in Volume 1. Just at the top of that page. So,
Mr. Keel, you're going to have to explain the relevance of this particular material you're presenting because it doesn't have anything to do with the charges or the accused in this case.
I could do it outside the presence of the witness. I could do it with, Your Honor, what was going on here was, as a result of these attacks, they were attacking the KLA areas. The KLA was decimated. All of these people left. The KLA, well, it has effect of completely decimating the KLA forces in the area. They're talking about.
And the relevance of that is?
Well, the relevance of that is then they leave, and those KLA soldiers then come back after June, and of course, these people who were in the KLA, the KLA uniforms are then coming back. What all this does is contextualize what goes on with the post-war violence.
We've warned several times about just empty phrases that deal with things that the Serbs did. We're not arguing whether they did or not, but they aren't relevant to this. To the extent that it has some immediate effect, those soldiers could have come back for a lot of reasons. It didn't have to be because of a certain alleged atrocity. They came back because they were ready to come back. So let's get off that and move on.
Okay, and I will move along on this topic, Judge. It is just, if I can just touch on this, and I will move to.
Let's try to veer the questions into relevant material.
Understood.
That this witness can testify to.
Understood. And just to taking the judge's instructions. Obviously, over 800,000 refugees left, and approximately 90% of the population, Kosovo Albanian population, were displaced.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and when you had the bombing ended, that's when I think that you talked about that. Well, when the bombing ended and the peace agreement came, you had many Serbs leaving with the army and the MUP, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
And you had approximately, of these 800,000 people, you testified to the SPO that all of these people didn't wait to come back. They just came back, right?
Yes, spontaneously.
And spontaneously. And that included the KLA soldiers that you had been speaking to in these refugee camps, right?
I don't recall speaking to KLA soldiers in the camps.
You in fact learned that there were KLA
Yes,
soldiers
sir.
that fled with their families.
In some camps, yes.
And then they came back to, I think you talked about this, previously their homes burned, their possessions stolen, and family members killed, right?
Yes,
And as that learning curve took place, obviously, the rage within these people coming back, understandably, grew, didn't it?
Objection as to basis or
I'm
foundation.
sorry.
I believe the question is, and there was building rage in these people that returned, so I was objecting as to the foundation or the basis of her knowledge of that.
Yeah, I don't know, you might want to ask her if
Sure.
she knows about the rage.
Sure. I mean, you came back in June, Ms. Mitchell, and you understood, based on KVM's investigation, that as people saw what had happened to their homes and their loved ones and their villages, rage within these people grew. Isn't that right?
that's correct.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, you in fact called your second volume of this Revenge and Retaliation, right?
That was, yes,
That was the general terminology for that,
okay.
right? And people were coming back, and obviously that there was score settling that you had spoken about.
Yes,
Okay, and if we can move through this relatively quickly, you note in your, this is in the executive summary of Volume 2. This is at Volume 2, at STF 0000159, 1529, 0001871. And I'm interested in page 1539. This is the executive summary of this document, so just to And I'm looking at the second paragraph, the findings, and if we can just blow up that one discernible leitmotif. So one discernible leitmotif emerges from this report. Again, this is Volume 2, Ms. Mitchell. Revenge. Throughout the regions, the desire for revenge has created a climate in which the vast majority of human rights violations have taken place. Through the assailant's eyes, the victims had either participated or were believed to have participated in the large-scale human rights abuses described in Kosovo as seen as told, or they believed to have actively or tacitly collaborated with Yugoslav and Serbian security forces. Within this climate of vindictiveness, a third category of victims emerged, those individuals or groups who were persecuted simply because they had not been seen to suffer before. While the desire for revenge is only human, the act of revenge itself is not acceptable and must be recorded and addressed. The effects on the Kosovo Albanian population of accumulated discrimination and humiliation over the past decade is documented and cannot be doubted. Neither can it be doubted that the ethnic cleansing during the war had a deep traumatic impact on the Kosovo Albanian community, leaving virtually no family untouched. Given this stark background to the post-war setting, only a strong law enforcement system can prevent the climate of vindictiveness that perpetuates violence. The absence of such a robust response has contributed to lawlessness that has pervaded post-war Kosovo, leaving violence unchecked. You still stand by this, Ms. Mitchell, this particular aspect of the executive summary?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this item into evidence.
No objection.
SITF 0001529 to 0001871 at page 1539 is admitted.
With all due respect to counsel, I don't believe this one has any footnotes on it, so. I don't believe.
It doesn't appear to.
And to the extent that it does, I mean, we will include those as well. I just don't have, I with regard to this entire situation, Ms. Mitchell, let me, and I'm talking about the return of the refugees and the post-war violence that you had spoken about in Volume 2. If I can show you a video, and this is DHT 01468 to, that's the, to 468. This is Ken Bacon, the United States Department of Defense spokesperson. And the date, of course, is 5 June 99. It's ready to go.
The fact of the matter is that I don't think that Kosovo is going to be a very happy place for Serbs when NATO comes in, and I don't think Serbs will want to stay there. I think they want to return to Serbia. We don't know how big the Serb minority is there. It's probably about 100,000, could be a little more than that. But as Kosovar Albanians flow back in, our assumption is that many Serbs will probably return to Serbia.
It sounds like you're encouraging the Serbs who now live in Kosovo then to leave.
I'm not encouraging them at all. I'm just stating what we anticipate the facts will be.
So, you know, so if I may, Ms. Mitchell, given this flow of refugees back, it was predictable to you as a professional that this type of violence was going to take place, wasn't it?
No.
Well, I mean, this is an individual that it was going to be a difficult place for Serbs to live. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this item into evidence.
I'm not sure of the relevance, but no objection. She said she doesn't agree.
Your Honor, it has got the proper verification, authentify.
DHT 01468 to 01468 is admitted.
So,
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 76.
without getting into specifics, Ms. Mitchell, you understood that it could be a difficult time for the Serb minority that was remaining in Kosovo. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, so you had these refugees coming back, and you also had people coming back who were criminals, too, didn't you?
Yes.
And let me turn to volume 2, and this is at page SITF 1581. This is 1581 in volume 2. Excuse me, 1581, right? What's that? It's in, oh, this is volume 2. Volume 2. At the top of the page. And this is in the Jalan area where the KVM had an office. Organized criminal elements were maybe involved in these disappearances. Only one case has been reportedly involved a ransom demand. This example may suggest opportunist criminals or discovering that people were missing decided to demand unsuccessfully a ransom, or that the original perpetrator decided to cash in further. And on that same score, if we can move to page 1588. At the bottom of that page, please. Organized crime, and this is again in the Jalan area. Organized crime has traditionally been strong in the Jalan area. It is believed that the absence of any police and judicial system and the presence of international organizations has contributed to an environment in which there has been an increase in the activity of organized crime. Now, in addition to you having these refugees coming back and seeing the devastation, you document in your volume 2 that there was a organized crime element that was causing significant problems in these areas as well, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll offer those two clips into evidence.
I believe the first excerpt is already in evidence as 743.2. No objection to the second page.
SITF 1588 then will be admitted.
And Your Honors, that will also be added to P 743.2.
Again, just moving one last insert, it'd be volume 2 is SITF 15898. And this is talking about the Jakova area, and I'm looking at where it is on the page. It is on the page right before the right to life. You see that paragraph there, Ms. Mitchell? It said, ordinary criminality and organized crime were also widespread in the municipality. In late September, for example, counterfeit dinar currency began to circulate and car theft increased. Complicating factors in the fight against crime were the different criminal gangs believed by KFOR and UNMIC to be active in the municipality. The long international border with Albania makes movement easy and detection difficult. Those were, in fact, complicating factors in trying to quell or tamp down this criminal activity, wasn't it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'll offer this item into evidence.
No objection.
And to the extent that there are footnotes there,
SITF 15898 is admitted,
and Your Honor, to the extent there are footnotes, include those as well.
plus notes.
Your Honor, that will be added to P 743.2.
And you noted, Ms. Mitchell, in your OSC yearbook, and this would be DHT 02840 to 02856, and the page I'm interested in is DHT 02852. Just trying to locate the specific portion of the page so we can move through it quickly. It's at the bottom of the page, just starting at only a strong law enforcement. Do you see that? It's in the middle of the sentence, about 4 lines from the bottom. Do you see that, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and it just reads as only with this backdrop, you know that only a strong law enforcement and judicial system could have restrained the climate of vindictiveness that perpetuates violence. Given this stark backdrop to the post-war setting, only a strong law enforcement and judicial system could have restrained the climate of vindictiveness that perpetuates violence. Now, that's in fact what you wrote in the OSCE 2000 yearbook, correct?
I must admit, I don't remember submitting this to the yearbook. But nevertheless, I would agree with the statement.
If I can just make a submission as an officer of the court, it's the OSCE yearbook from the article that you wrote. I'm not trying, there's no trick here, this is the article that you wrote. In any event, Judge, we just offer this into evidence.
DHT 02840 to 02856, specifically at page DHT 02852 is admitted, together with any applicable notes.
Your Honor, it's 11 o'clock, I'm not sure what you want me
We'll
to do.
take a break now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Your Honor, that specific page will receive exhibit number 1D77.
Thank you very much. Madam Court Officer, you may escort the witness. Witness will have a half-hour break at this time.
Your Honor, if I can just bring up one housekeeping matter just briefly. I know as remarkable as this seems, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that UN Security Council Resolution 1244 has not been introduced into evidence yet. We've searched these matters. As I stood in front of the court earlier this week, I thought it had. It had not. So I would have to put that in at some point, just without taking much time, just put it in.
Somebody come up with the document and we'll...
Excuse me?
Somebody come up with the document.
Oh, we have the document.
Okay.
We have
all
the
right,
document.
All right, we'll deal with it. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in.
Before, we just
Oh.
one question.
Oh, never mind.
On that,
Just-
just as a brief housekeeping matter. With regard to the last exhibit, 1D77, I had a suggestion from Ms. Mayer to put this in context by just adding the front page of the OSC yearbook. So given that somebody at some point is going to look at it, they know where it came from, I think the suggestion by Ms. Mayer is well taken. So if we could add that page to the document, if we can.
I think you can do that. All right. It will be added, and she'll give you a number for it.
And I thank my colleague, for suggesting that. I think it was well
Yeah,
taken.
Your Honor, so the page DHT 02840, which is the cover page, together with DHT 02852, will be Exhibit 1D77.
Thank you. Now, Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. So, witness, we continue with Mr. Keogh's cross-examination of you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I hope you got a cup of coffee or something, Ms. Mitchell, but just leaving off, I mean, we were talking about that you're saying that you needed strong law enforcement and a judicial system because there were no laws, no courts, no police, no municipal structures or civil society. And enter UN Security Resolution 1244, if we could put that on the screen. That'd be 0361 6804 to 361 6811. And trust me, we're not going to get through the whole thing, so. Now, Ms. Mitchell, I know you know UN Security Resolution, Security Council Resolution 1244, but in more pedestrian terms, this vested all legal authority in Kosovo with the UN, did it not?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer UN Security Council 1244 to evidence.
No objection.
6811, the 1244 resolution is admitted.
And if we can just turn.
Just a second.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D78, and I note it's classified as confidential in legal work.
It's classified as.
Confidential at the moment.
It doesn't need that classification.
It's reclassified as public.
Yes, sir. UN Security Council resolution. I don't know if I did that or somebody else did that, Judge, but whatever. No.
Somebody.
And if I could just turn to the UNMIC regulation 1999-1, that had been 026028 to 030. And I'm interested in section 1.1. And with just 1.1 there, with notes, we can read that. All legislative and executive authority with respect to Kosovo, including the administration of the judiciary, is vested in UNMIC and is exercised by the special representative of the Secretary General. Again, Ms. Mitchell, that's augmenting the fact and making clear that with regard to the administration of all legislative and executive authority, it is with the special representative.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer that into evidence.
No objection.
026028 to 026030 at section 1.1 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned 1D79, and I note also it's classified as confidential.
It's public, Judge, and I don't think we need that classified as confidential.
Any objection to reclassifying this as public?
No objection.
Document will be reclassified as public.
If I may, Judge, we are moving that whole document in, not just that we read. Okay, if I may, Judge, if we can just put that whole document in, which from 026028 to 026030.
No objection as to the whole document.
All right, so delete the section 1.1, the entire document will be admitted.
My apologies for that confusion.
That's all right.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
So the first special representative that came in, I believe you mentioned him in your testimony, was Sergio De Mello. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you another document, this SITF 0026435 to 00265443, and I'm interested in pages 265440 to 41. And if we could just show Ms. Mitchell, the first page before we go to the page at issue, if we could. Just trying to orient you with this document. To the extent that I don't do that, please let me know when I will do that. This is a 19 June task force meeting to you, and if we can go to 4041, SITF 0026544041. And it's number 4. Excuse me, it's further down, I'm sorry. Is this 440? Is this the right page? We can scroll that down to like 20 June. Keep going, keep going. There it is, the bottom. Good. Can we just scroll up a little bit from the number 3 there? And this is notes from a meeting, 12:10. I had a meeting with Mr. Strohmeyer, Hans Strohmeyer. You know Mr. Strohmeyer, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Regarding the District Court of Pristina and drafting a proposal for the Constitution, I handed over the draft proposal from the Venice Commission with my remarks. He handed over a public announcement from SRSG, Mr. Sergio Vieira de Mello, in which, among other things, and quoting Mr. DeMello, in accordance with the Security Council Resolution 1244 of 10 June 99, I shall perform the executive functions of government during the transitional period until new legitimate authorities are established, to which these functions can be transferred. In this capacity, I will, within the next days, appoint international interim administrators at the district and municipal levels, start the deployment of international civilian police force, and take the necessary steps to reestablish a multi-ethnic and democratic judicial system in Kosovo. Now, with regard to the statement by Ambassador DeMello, that was the intention of UNMIC and the UN forces when they came in, wasn't it?
Yes.
And of course, and we'll talk about this in a bit, that didn't happen very quickly, did it?
No, it did not.
Your Honor, at this time, I just offer this document to it's just this portion of the document. And we can do the
Just
front
those two pages?
We can do these 2 pages, and if we can do the front page too, so we have some reference to it.
No objection.
0026435 to 002654443. At pages 265440 and 265441, plus the cover page, are admitted.
Your Honor, those pages will be assigned Exhibit 1D 80, and Your Honor, that's also classified confidential.
It doesn't need to be confidential, Jim.
Your Honor, I just asked the court for anything that's an SPO document. I believe this is an SPO ERN, so it was provided because it came from SITF. The documents we introduced, we did a check to make sure that under the R107 provision that there were no restrictions on it, so we would just ask the court that we can check for any of those items before we agree to a reclassification to make sure that we're in compliance with any caveats that were given when we received these documents. I assume so by the ERN, but I would just like the opportunity to check that to ensure that we're doing everything properly.
Okay, you can report back. Be sure and do that, and we'll make the decision at that time. Go ahead.
Now, Ms. Mitchell, obviously, the entire civil administration and police force took a significant period of time to ramp up and become effective, didn't it?
Yes.
And if we could look at Exhibit 1D 36, and this is a document from Volume 2, but it's already in evidence. If I can show it to you, I'm sure you're familiar with it. This is a document in your volume that shows the ramp-up of the police force. This is accurate, is it not? If you could scroll up a bit.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, if we could just make it one big page. Can we just make that one page? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. This, in Volume 2, is an accurate depiction of the ramp-up as of 30 October of '99, right?
Yes, sir.
And when we're looking at the early part, the June, July, and probably into August, there's virtually no police, no UNMIC police deployment at all, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And the extent that the arrests were being made, they were being made by KFOR. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And their abilities to arrest, detain, as a matter of fact, they refused to do it, didn't they?
Yes, they were very resistant.
And as a result of their refusal to do it, there was virtually no law enforcement on the ground because KFOR, prior to the UNMIC civil police, just weren't going to engage in law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And even when the police did come in September, it was a very, very meager force, wasn't it?
Yes.
And if I can just have you take a look at, and again, counsel, this may be another document, it's an SITF document, SITF 00172879 to 00172884, and I'm interested in page 172882. This is an unmixed memo for 16 September. Again, counsel, the council has got security concerns under not Rule 70, but this is an unmixed memo. This unmixed memo, if we go to SITF 172882, I don't know if you can read that, but it's at the top of the page. Can you read that, Ms. Mitchell? I know
Yes.
it's tough.
I can.
Okay, so this is as of 16 September 1999. The current authorized strength of unmixed civilian police is 1,800, which yields a ratio of 1 police officer per 999 citizens. Typical European ratios of police to citizens in countries that provide standard democratic police forces are 1 to per 400 to 700. A ratio of 1 per 909 is 1 per 909 is fundamentally inadequate for the maintenance of law and order, even under benign circumstances. Unmixed police will face immense difficulties in attempting to provide credible and effective policing for Kosovo, with significantly fewer police officers than are provided even in stable countries. Now, that was in fact the case in September. They didn't even have a police force that was near to what you would have in a more stable country, did they?
That's right.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this item into evidence, subject to counsel reviewing.
No objection to this document being public, and as to 1D80, the previous document, no objection to its reclassification as being public.
D80 is reclassified as public, and then SITF 00172879 to 00172884. Do you just want the single page?
Just a single page, Judge.
At page 172882 is admitted and reclassified as public.
If I may, Judge, if we
Just
can
a second.
add to that the front,
If
if
go
I can
ahead.
add to that the front page, so you'd have some reference as to where it comes from.
Okay, and the cover page.
Your Honor, so the cover page with SITF 00172879 and the page shown 00172882 will be assigned exhibit number 1D81, and it will be public.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And as you noted in your comments with the SPO, this is again on paragraph 61 of your prep note, you said the lack of judicial process led to KFOR not making arrests that should have been made. That's accurate, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, in addition to the problem with no police, there were also you received reports of lack of judges to actually judge cases, didn't you?
Yes.
And let me show you a report from Mitra Visa that your organization covering 27, 28 June, SITF 0038 5179 to 0038 5180, and I'm interested in page 38510. Just can we go to that front page, so just, if I can, just to let the witness get an idea of what we're talking about here, okay? So this is coming from Mitrovica in June, if we can just go to that page. As we're doing that, just to ask you, Mitrovica was covered by French K4.
Yes.
It's the second bullet. The French, it's the second bullet from the top. The French K4 defended themselves, saying that they do not have judges and lawyers in their brigade. Therefore, K4 in Mitrovica can imprison criminal elements and provocateurs only for garde à vue 24 hours. It shows not very good military planning that this problem is not discussed and solved after so much preparation since Rambouillet. Again, that was pretty much the situation. We didn't have judges, they didn't have ability to keep these people, and it was pretty clear to you folks at KVM there wasn't much prior planning for this, was there?
I think that's accurate.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this item into evidence, just this page and the cover page, I believe. I'm sorry. Oh, it's a two-page document, Judge. My apologies. It's a two-page document, the whole document.
I only have one page listed.
I'm sorry, Judge?
Oh, I see, SITF
Yes.
0038-5179 to 0038-5180 is admitted with the cover page.
Your Honor, that will be assigned 1D82, and if we can clarify the classification.
And classification can be
All right.
open.
No objection from the prosecution. Classification will be changed to public.
No objection.
Now, just as an aside on the police force, I mean, obviously, as time went on, there was an attempt to stand up the Kosovo Police Service, was there not?
Yes.
And you do know that President Thaçi was instrumental in helping to stand up the Kosovo Police Service, isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, so in addition to no police, you also had, obviously, delays in civil administration, just rudimentary civil administration in the various areas, because UNMIC wasn't answering that, were they?
That's right.
Okay. So the basic personal services that UNMIC was supposed to be providing, they simply weren't. Right?
That's right.
And to compound the issue on the law enforcement side, there was an issue as to what law was going to apply, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
And a proposal was put forth by Mr. Strohmeyer, which put forth something that was called the master regulation, which said that the laws of the Milosevic regime were going to be used, right?
I think there were some caveats to it, but yes.
Okay, and the fact that the Milosevic law was going to be used, even with the caveats, judges were refusing to implement what they believed to be the Milosevic law, right?
Yes.
So we had no police, no police. K4 is refusing to make an arrest. There are no judges because the judges are quitting or refusing to use what they perceive to be the Milosevic law. And this is all going on at the same time, right?
Yes, if I may though, counsel, with the exception that some K4 units were making arrests, but they were certainly in the minority.
Understood. And anytime there's a caveat or something to my question, please let me know. Thank you. And I, with the risk of repeating myself, many of these judges, when faced with implementing what they perceive to be a Milosevic law, either refuse to apply it or quit. Is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, to compound the matter in Mitrovica, you had Serbs who were under arrest, that they were on a hunger strike because they didn't know whether or not they were going to use the Milosevic law or some other newly implemented law, weren't they?
Yes, I do remember that.
I mean, this is all pretty chaotic, wasn't it?
Yes.
So let me shift gears and try to cover a few matters. And I just want to turn our attention to my client, if you will. Again, this is going to be jump around a little bit, so bear with me. So in your conversations with the SPO, you noted, and this is in the proofing note on paragraph 41, that your meetings with President Thaçi were all after the OSCE re-entered Kosovo in June of 1999. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so there was no meetings with you and Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Walker prior to your re-entry in June of 1999, were there?
You know, there may have been one.
And where would that have been, ma'am?
I think it was outside, maybe. I'm not really sure, to be honest, and I just remember a discussion about the withdrawal, and that was the only thing that was being discussed.
And I put to you that Ambassador Walker says that there was no such meeting.
Okay.
And you accept that if he's...
Yeah, I mean, it's very blurry, yeah.
Okay. I mean, you know Mike Phillips as well, don't you?
I do.
And Mike Phillips was Walker's aide-de-camp, and he likewise said there was no such meeting with President Thaçi. You accept that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think you just with regard to Mr. Thaçi in the KLA, I think you told the SPO you don't know what his role in the KLA prior to Rambouillet. You have no idea what his role was prior to Rambouillet, right?
That's right.
Okay. And in the meetings that you had with President Thaçi, I think you also told us, and I'm talking about post-June of 1999, or re-entry back, you were in the meetings with other people, like Ambassador Everts, or I think Mr. O'Neill, or somebody like that. It wasn't you alone, it was with these other people. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And you had told the SPO in your statement at page 11 that Thaçi did not appear to have any operational control in the KLA. Is that right?
At which point in time, sorry?
And I'm talking about, I'm talking about, and that's a fair question because, we're talking about up until Rambouillet, you say during this time, Hashim Thaçi did not appear to have an operational control.
That's right.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that if...
Excuse me, there's a error on, what would that be, line 11 of 67:7. It says June 1991 reentry, not 1999 reentry.
Well, thank you, Judge. I obviously didn't see that. And that's in line 11?
12.
12, I'm sorry.
Oh, my apologies. If I said 1991, that was my mistake. I mean, it should be 1999. I'm sorry. Thank you. Now you mentioned some discussions with Mr. Thaçi around Ratchak. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
Okay. Let me put to you that both Mike Phillips and Ambassador Walker say that there were no discussions with Thaçi concerning Ratchak at all. Do you accept that?
I do. My memory may not be as good.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, did you know that at the time of Ratchak that Mr. Thaçi was out of the country?
No, I
No idea.
don't know. No idea where he was.
So if I showed you a visa showing him in Slovenia at that time, you don't know anything about that at all?
No.
Okay.
Interpreters note the speakers are kindly reminded to make pauses between question and answer. Thank you.
I will plead guilty to that, not you, Ms. Mitchell, that's me. So you had mentioned that in your prior testimony, obviously, that your meetings with zone commanders, where zone commanders got together and discussed things democratically and made a decision. Is that right?
That was my understanding, yes.
And you have no understanding that Hashim Thaçi participated in those zone commander meetings at all, do you?
No.
And just to focus ourselves, did you know that from the time you came, well, actually mid-November of 1998 until March of 1999, that Hashim Thaçi wasn't even in Kosovo? Were you aware of that?
I'm not really remembering. Maybe, yeah.
That he was not there?
That he was not there. I really don't remember following anybody's movements. Yeah.
That's fair enough, Ms. Mitchell. I know this is a long time ago. And with regard to even Rambouillet, prior to that, even prior to Rambouillet, the person that you folks had been talking to was Adam Damaci, right?
Yes.
And if we can turn to your prep note, this is in paragraph 38, counsel, said, that this is prior to Rambouillet. Prior to this, Adam Damaci appeared to be the KLA spokesperson, and it seemed that diplomats would go to him. That was your impression at the time, right?
Objection as to mischaracterization. Counsel stopped midway through that sentence.
Well, you want to read the rest of the thing, but again,
Just a second.
I asked her if this was her impression.
Just a second. Overruled. You can answer that.
So we have a situation during this period of time where your impression was that Adam Damaci was the spokesperson.
Well, she didn't, excuse me, she didn't answer your question yet.
Thought she had, Judge, but let me re-ask that question. So you said prior to this, Adam Damaci appeared to be the KLO spokesperson, and it seemed that diplomats would go to him. And that was your impression at the time, that he was the person that the internationals went to, Mr. Damaci.
Yes.
Okay. And so we have the internationals talking to Damaci, while at the same time, the person that you believe is coordinating military activity on the ground is Mr. Haradinaj, right?
I don't know that he was coordinating all of the activity on the ground. He was certainly a go-to person for KVM.
And I think you said that he was the go-to person that could get the shooting to stop. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, as we move into, and if you're unaware of this, please let me know. We'll just move ahead quickly in the interest of time. As we move ahead, that through the Rambouillet, were you aware that when the agreement that in Rambouillet was initially brought to bear, that Mr. Thaçi had to go get the permission of the zone commanders in order to sign on to the Rambouillet agreement?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that when he was in Rambouillet, that the commander-in-chief of, or the overall commander of the KLA was removed by the zone commanders? And this would have been February of 1999. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. So, staying with Rambouillet, though, you were aware that when the Rambouillet discussions were coming up, there was some discussion proposed by the internationals that there should be some government in the wings to try to come in and get things in Kosovo running. You were aware of that, weren't you?
I must admit, I don't remember the details of the Rambouillet agreement.
Now, if I show you something, it might refresh your recollection.
If it was in the agreement, I sure don't dispute it.
No, this is a power sharing arrangement, and let me show you 1D69. Now, this is an agreement from the 23rd of February, 1999 at Rambouillet. It said the delegation of Kosovo at the Conference of Rambouillet, following consultation with the political and military groups, the Kosovo Liberation Army, Democratic League of Kosovo, the United Democratic Movement and its two independent members on 23 February 1999 has decided to form a provisional government. The government has a mandate to govern from the first free elections are held in Kosovo. 3, the mandate to form the government by mutual agreement was given by, representative of the KLA. This is Mr. Thaçi, and the 3 political groups will have equal representation in the government, adding to this number the mandate holder and the other potential members, independent members, excuse me. So were you aware that this agreement was in effect for the provisional government prior to the re-entry prior to the end of the war in June and the takeover by the UN?
I am aware that there was an agreement for a provisional government, and honestly, I never delved into it more than that knowledge.
Okay, but there, you knew that when this agreement was, this is February of 1999, to your knowledge, there's no discussion of UNMIC or KFOR or anyone else at that juncture, right?
That's right.
Okay. So, and of course, Mr. Rogova signs this as well. And when the war ended, post 10 June, or days to that effect, I believe you came in at the 12th or the 13th or something like that, the groups in the various parties in throughout the Kosovo area began to work together, didn't they? And I'm talking about the KLA, the LDK, other groups in various places throughout the country.
In various places, yes.
Okay, well, let's just look at those. Let's go to SITF 0000159 000181, page 1592. I think I read it wrong. I've just been told I read it wrong, which is not the first time. It's SITF 00001529 to 00001871, and I'm interested in page 1597. Let's go to the bottom of that page, please. Ms. Mitchell, just so you know, this is volume 2 of As Seen As Told. I'm sure you recognize it. There it is at the bottom of the page. It's Jakova, of all the self-styled authorities in Kosovo, none was more developed than Jakova. The self-styled administrator was in place 16 June, and by 20 June, the self-styled administration was functioning in cooperation with the Albanian Democratic Party, PPSH, and 2 members of the local Democratic League, the LDK. So in a place where you folks had an office in Jakova, there was, from your reporting, a cooperative arrangement between what could be PGOK parties, the National Democratic Party, and the LDK. All right?
Yes,
They appear to be working together, right?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, will offer this excerpt into evidence.
I believe this is already in evidence as P743.2.
Thank you. Thank you for the correction. I'm not sure exactly what's in and what's out at this point, Judge, but I appreciate that.
Go ahead.
And if we can go to SITF 1529871 to page 1646. Second paragraph, that after 2, towards the, we can scroll up just a little bit. There we go. And this one has footnotes to it, Judge, so, but the footnotes are at the bottom of the page. In any event, in the southern municipalities, soon after K-Day, self-styled authorities were in place that included LDK involvement in the Nashuri and Skandarai. So again, this is another area where PGOK or LDK entities are cooperating with KLA entities are cooperating with LDK entities and involving them in the government, right?
Yes.
Let us turn our attention, we can introduce that item, that clip into evidence?
No objection.
SITF 1529871, at page 1646 is admitted with footnotes.
And Your Honor, that page will be added to P743.2.
If I can then go to DHTO 1264 to DHT 0128. And this would be this is a report from the International Crisis Group.
I'm sorry. Are you saying this is DHT 1264?
DHT 01264
Okay. That's, that,
to DHT 01283.
yeah, you started out on the wrong one.
And it's at page 11 in this document. Now, this is not your report, Ms. Mitchell, but it is it is an ICG, International Crisis Group report. And I'm just looking for where it is on that page. Page 11. Page 11. We can scroll up a little bit on that. Here it is, it's towards the bottom before the personnel changes. Now, to the extent that there was some disagreement, I put to you, Ms. Mitchell, that LDK people continued to work together, and this is in Jalan. If you see in that paragraph, again, the mayor of Jalan claims to have united local political forces in his town hall. More usually qualified people across the political spectrum are invited to occupy functions in the local authority on a personal basis. Thus, for example, although the LDK does not recognize the legitimacy of the town halls, many people who still profess allegiance to the LDK are serving in the administrations. So is that a part of your understanding, to the extent that there was any disagreement? People with LDK allegiances worked with the administration in any event? Do you recall that?
Yes. I'm just reading the ICG language.
Sure.
Yes.
Let us turn our attention to Mitrovica, and if we can go to SITF 00385-175, and we're interested in page 177.
Can we have the number again?
It is SITF 00385-175 to 5178, but I'm interested in page 5177. Just looking for the, here it is, it's the first, it's the, after the bullet points, it's that first paragraph there. There you go, right in the middle of the page.
For the record, that's 1D35.
It's 1D35, that page? Okay, we just read this, it's in 1D35. Thank you. And it notes that LDK said that they respect and cooperate with the designated interim civil administrator for Mitrovica, designated by KLA. He is considered as the right person for the job, for this job, excuse me. Reserves were raised concerning the self-proclamation of the interim government from Albania. LDK is participating on the regional level in meetings with KLA and the LBD to discuss and plan for Mitrovica. So it'll be fair to say in this area in Mitrovica, by this entry, we have LDK, LBD, and KLA all working together. Is that right?
Yes, during that reporting period.
Right. And let us turn to SITF 0001529 to 1871, and I'm interested in page 1571. And I'm interested in talking the bottom of the page on civil administration. Now, this is a entry that talk about guidelines put in by the LBD. And then this, again, is in Geelong, in an area where you have an office. And it notes that the self-styled civil administration was put in place quickly throughout the region according to guidelines produced centrally by the LBD. By late July, self-styled civil administrations were established in Geelong, Nova Berta, Viti, and Kosovo, or Kamenica, excuse me, I'm sure I just killed that pronunciation. So this is quite different, and we have LBD was setting the agenda, or setting the guidelines in this area, weren't they?
The structure, yes.
And let me turn lastly to two more. This is SITF 0001 1528 1871, and I'm interested in page 1571. Here we go. I'm sorry, I think it's 7-2. My apologies. And this should be at the top of the page. The second full paragraph at the end of October. So, at the end of October, and this is 1999, in Geelong, following a long process of negotiation, it was reported that the UN was close to endorsing self-styled administration in Geelong. Agreement had been reached that 2 Kosovo Serbs should have places in the administration. So, we have situations where the KLA is working with the LDK, we have situations where LBD is setting up the guidelines, and we have situation in Geelong where they're bringing Serbs into the administration. Is that accurate?
I think the first two parts of your question were. The third, the agreement to bring the Serbs in, I think would have been because of the UN involvement.
But and in fact, the UN was in fact, the Serbs were in fact brought in as part of this agreement.
Yes.
So everybody that was in the agreement, be it LDK, KLA, whatever, they agreed to bring 2 Serbs in.
Yes. Yep.
And lastly, we talked to SITF 002-65435, and I'm interested in page 265436. And this is the 19th of June, and it is 436 if we could. There, that's it. You can open that up. The local government instruction was just talking about Pristina. There appears to be an interim executive council, which is the same government structure which existed in Kosovo before the conflict. The IEC is comprised of Serbs, Albanians, Turks, Romers, and is headed by Zoran Andrikalovic. The task of the IEC is to regulate and conduct public administration in various sectors of the interim provisional authority. Until the interim provisional authority can be appointed by the United Nations. So with regard to this, very early on, there is an attempt by everybody in Pristina to begin to work together, in this IEC, didn't they?
Well, not everyone, but the people involved in this, yes.
Well, when we're talking about the IEC and the Serbs, Albanians, Turks, Romans, all these people, one of the individuals who was supporting these groups getting together to discuss how we're going to move forward is Hashim Thaçi, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't see him listed here.
Well, from your own personal knowledge, when there was trying to bring various groups.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Any efforts to form the government. Yep.
And my apologies, my question wasn't clear. So, and so we have Mr. Thaçi, he's trying to work with others to form the government. And I believe that you came in, what was it, in October, November, to talk to Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Cheku, about the findings of Volume 2, is that right?
Yeah, I'm really not sure of the exact date, but yes.
Well, you're getting ready for publication.
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about coming to see him towards, if you published in December, it would be shortly before that.
Yes.
And when you did that, did you in fact go to see, for instance, President Rugova or Prime Minister Bokoshi or other elements in the government and tell them what your findings were?
I myself did not. I think others had similar responsibilities to do the briefings.
And who else was briefed?
Well, the SRSG's office would have had some talking points, as I recall, so they may have included it. Craig Janess and others that were dealing more with the political parties and maybe somebody from democratization.
Outside the UN structure, or outside what would be international structure, who else in the Kosovo Albanian or the Albanian group was briefed on what you were talking about?
I don't. I'm
report?
sorry, I don't remember. I don't know.
Now, suffice it to say at this point, once 1244 goes, neither the provisional government of Kosovo nor Hashim Thaçi have any legal authority to investigate and punish crimes, do they?
That's right.
And are you aware of their attempts to try to investigate these matters and being told no by the UN? Were you aware of that?
No.
Let me show you a document that was sent to the OSCE, and this would be SITF 00248172. And Ms. Mitchell, this is a document that's came from OSCE. It's part of the discovery process dated 5/7/1999. And if you can just take a look at this, it's a decision to form the Commission for the Investigation of War Crimes and Missing Persons. If you can just take a look at that and tell me when you want to scroll up.
Yes, please.
You can scroll up, please.
Thank you.
We can scroll up a little more. And if we could go to the next page.
Thank you.
So this document, obviously, it's got an OSCE stamp, and the document is a commission to investigate war crimes, which has a designation of Hashem Thaçi. And you agree with me, it doesn't say just investigate Serb war crimes or Kosovo Albania war crimes, it's just war crimes generally, right?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing this document?
I don't, but it's highly likely I did see it.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this document as evidence.
No objection.
SITF 00248172 is admitted and will be assigned a number.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D83, and I know it is classified as confidential.
No objection to it being reclassified as public.
The document is reclassified as public, the exhibit.
And let me show you SITF 000289186. Now, this is a document dated the 4th of December, 1999, from Martin Kuzner to Mr. Adrizzi, President of the Commission on War Crimes, Investigations, and Missing Persons. And it notes, further to your request of 18 November 1999 concerning the exhumation of the mass grave in Drajadan, I would like to inform you that your commission is not responsible for conducting any exhumations in the above-mentioned areas, as ICTY and UNMIC police are the only competent authorities conducting investigations of war crimes, according to the UN Security Council 1244. So, Ms. Mitchell, were you aware that, in fact, the provisional government was attempting to investigate war crimes, but, of course, in this instance, we have the UNMIC telling them that you can't, because the investigations are only ones authorized by Resolution 1244.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this document in evidence.
No objection, and no objection to the reclassification.
SITF 002899186 is admitted and reclassified as a public exhibit. You may go ahead. Oh, she has to give a number to it, I'm sorry.
Hey, Judge, you're telling me to go.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D84 and will be reclassified as public.
So, be fair to say, Ms. Mitchell, so given 1224, the provisional government and Mr. Thaçi have no legal authority to investigate and punish crimes, and to the extent that they attempted to investigate crimes for anybody, UNMIC told them they couldn't do it pursuant to 1244. That's about the sum and substance of it, isn't it?
Yes.
And let me shift gears here a bit, if I can, and I know you've spoken extensively about the, post war situation in Volume 2 and what exactly was transpiring when, or the chaos transpiring when the people came back from refugees at the end of being refugees at the end of the war. And we note, for an example, that you had listed in your report that people were doing this with KLA uniforms, right?
Yes.
And you do know that the agreement to demilitarize the KLA was signed by Mr. Thaçi the 21st of June with the complete demilitarization of the KLA by the 21st of September of 1999, right?
Yes.
Okay, so after September 21st, 1999, there was no, the entire KLA was supposed to be gone. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And while I know this was it must have been very difficult, and I'm not belittling it at all, but you're coming back to your apartment and seeing two uniformed people in your house, in your apartment, that took place after the KLA was demobilized. It was after the 21st of September of 1999, right?
I think it was, yeah.
And let me say this, that you have soldiers that being demilitarized, that they still have uniforms, but we also, you talked about imposters, if you will. You do know that uniforms, KLA uniforms, were readily available in Albania that for anybody that wanted them for a very cheap price, weren't they?
Yes.
And let me just read to you, this would be DHT 01475 to 476. This is a report for UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, 27 September 1999. And the paragraph I'm looking for is paragraph 102. And this would be paragraph 102. It notes that the KLA reportedly has been threatening employees of international organizations who are seen intervening on behalf of minorities, accusing them of collaboration. Some victims of ethnic violence have reported that their assailants included men in KLA uniforms, although it is possible that much of the violence is simply the work of criminal elements masquerading in uniforms of the KLA. Open borders have in fact allowed the large-scale arrival of criminal elements, particularly Albanians. It has also been noted that KLA uniforms are available for about 50 Deutschmarks in Albania, and that Albania national men with no relationship at all to the KLA can use the uniform as a passport through the German KFOR sector of Kosovo. Now, was it in fact your assessment of the situation at the time that Albanians, not Kosovo Albanians, Albanians proper, were in fact buying or coming across the border with KLA uniforms, and they had no relationship to the KLA at all?
Yes, we received that information.
Your Honor, at this time, I'll offer this particular paragraph in evidence.
No objection.
DHT 01-01475 at paragraph 102 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D85.
And in fact, Ms. Mitchell, there's testimony in this from OTP witnesses, and this is be with persons have identity concealed, that'd be the 12th of October, 2023, page 8844, lines 17 to 24. This former KLA soldier said at that point in time, we're talking about the summer of 1999, at that point in time, anyone could have bought a uniform for about a few Deutschmarks, and so on and so forth. Within a couple of days or so, the situation was totally chaotic and out of control. There were people who had never been KLA members who wore KLA uniforms. Was that consistent with your finding that there were people that were there in the area wearing KLA uniforms that had never been in the KLA?
Objection as to vagueness, what area are we talking about?
Actually, this area.
Sustained.
Thank you very much. This is Prizren. He's talking about Prizren at the time. Without identifying the individual, but
I think we received those reports consistently, yes.
so you had a part of this, you had people coming back in KLA uniforms that were Albanians that had bought the uniform. There were people who were wearing the uniform that had never fought for the KLA. And to the extent that you had KLA soldiers certainly after the drawdown that were no longer in the KLA, that still had weapons and uniforms, right?
Yes,
And plus, on top of all that, you had a criminal element as well.
yes,
Yeah, obviously compounding the situation of no judges, no courts, no police. In the midst of all of this, among the revenge, et cetera, again, this was chaos, wasn't it?
yes.
Now, throughout all of this, and I think you touched on this with the prosecutor, Mr. Thaçi was out there attempting to condemn violence, wasn't he?
At times, yes.
Well, let's go through that. So, and not only was he attempting to condemn violence, but he was also asking for stabilization within Kosovo and for the Kosovo Serbs to stay, wasn't he?
Yes,
And he was doing that over a significant period of time where he was asking for reconciliation, asking for the Kosovo Albanians to come back, and asking for the violence to cease, wasn't he?
yes,
And you would agree, do you know Ambassador Covey, do you not? Jacques Covey?
the head of the EU.
Yes, but it was working with Ambassador Kushner.
The name's familiar, I'm having difficulty.
That's fine.
Placing him.
You do recognize, Ms. Mitchell, that when President Thaçi was asking for reconciliation, no violence, a multi-ethnic society, and for the Kosovo Albanians to leave, he was putting himself at physical risk for those Kosovo Albanians who just wanted to throw the Serbs out or the Roma out. You do realize that?
Yes,
And he did it anyway, didn't he?
yes,
Let's just look at some of this, and I want to show you a couple. This is DHT 01299, and this is a brief video.
Your Honor, I know the video is not classified in legal workflow, so before we play it in public session, can we confirm?
I'm sorry?
The video is not classified at all in legal workflow, and if we can confirm whether it's public
It can
or
be public,
confidential.
sure. Yeah, it's public, sure, absolutely, yes. I'm sorry.
What is it?
It's just a video of a particular speech, I mean, but it was
By,
by Mr. Thaçi.
oh. Go ahead.
Now, just to orient yourself, this is 17 June 1999.
Unë ju bërthira se që të kthehen në Kosovë ata që janë larguar, sepse ne vlerësojmë se këto masakra në Kosovë nuk I ka bërë populli serb, sepse vlerësojmë se këta njerëz mund të japin.
Because we consider that these people can give a precious contribution to the future of Kosovo. We did not wage war to cleanse Kosovo. We waged a war so that we all live in freedom and are equal.
And this is the message that he was saying over a significant period of time, wasn't he?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't read the Albanian news, just excerpts that we received. But I do believe that these messages were made, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this video into evidence. And it can be public along with the rest of them.
No objection.
DHT 01299 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D86.
Your Honor, and just for clarification, all of these videos can be public. It doesn't have to be classified as confidential.
This to the extent this is not classified, it will be classified as public.
Let me turn our attention to DHT. This is a statement of 2nd July 1999, DHT 01300. You can take a look at that. This is the 2nd of July, 1991. Excuse me, 99. My apologies, I don't know why I keep doing that. We can play this as well.
Today, I believe, is the first time that Albanian and Serb leaders of Kosovo meet and talk to one another, establish a dialogue on the most pressing issue of the moment, which is the safety, security, the right to life, the right to property of all inhabitants of this province.
Could you just sit, please? Well done. Damn, I miss it.
We appeal to all citizens of Kosovo, be it of civilian, military status, to withhold from such activities. Those responsible for such activities will be brought to justice. We also insist that all the missing people are handed over to the UNMIK representatives. We support the joint efforts currently made by activists of Albanian or so that together with UNMIC and other international organizations to implement these requests. The road to reconciliation will be long and difficult. It is true that there is an innate hatred amongst people in Kosovo. We need to work together. As first steps, we have agreed today to immediately establish a line of communication between us, UNMIC and KFOR, and holding of joint meetings like this one today. Send out joint messages of reconciliation from TVs and radios, create a joint crisis force in the region, together with UNMIC and KFOR, which would be able to address urgent problems anywhere, including historic and religious sites, and organize an early meeting between religious and spiritual leaders calling for tolerance.
Persons suspected of war crimes and crimes against humanity shall be brought to justice. We support the role of International War Crimes Tribunal. Peace can only be built on justice, not revenge.
Okay, sure.
Now, before we move on, can you just move back to the 2-minute point, please? And stop it. As we're doing that, Ms. Mitchell, the first person that was talking was Sergio De Mello, correct?
Yes.
Probably should have introduced him at the beginning, but. If we could stop right there. Now, without looking at the bottom, this TVSH that's up in the right-hand corner, that is a Albanian media source, isn't it?
I don't know. I take your word for it.
Okay, I mean, so Mr. President Thaçi is giving this speech along with Sergio De Mello and the Serb father. That is, taking my word for it, he's giving this not only to the international community, he's giving it to the Albanian community as well.
Objection as to counsel providing evidence. Take my word for it. I think the witness says she doesn't know.
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt that this went out to the local Albanian media as well?
Again, objection. She's already said she doesn't know.
She can answer that question. Go ahead. Overruled. If you know, ma'am.
I didn't know. I assume it did. Yeah, I have no reason not to believe it didn't. I just don't remember it.
Fair enough. You can
But I don't dispute it.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this video to evidence.
No objection.
DHT 01300 is admitted and is public.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D87.
And then we put up 020571, 020572. This is a Reuters article, and I'm interested in 020571. This is a Reuters article. And talking about Mr. Thaçi. If we can scroll that down a little bit. And at the middle of the page, it says provisional government. Can we blow that up a little bit? Thank you. Now, this is a 6th of July, 1999. So the provisional government of Kosovo and I personally distance ourselves from those acts. They're talking about attacks. If we look at the paragraph before. Thaçi insisted the KLA was not responsible for attacks on Serbs who have been targeted by ethnic Albanians seeking revenge for Serb violence against them. Quote, the provisional government of Kosovo and I personally distance ourselves from those acts, he told a news conference. We will not allow anarchy to rule in Kosovo. Now that is consistent with what Thaçi was saying during these very turbulent times in early July of 1999, correct?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this document in evidence.
No objection.
DHT 02051 to 020572 at page 020571 is admitted.
Your Honor, that page will be assigned Exhibit 1D88.
That article is the 6th of July. If we can move then to DHT 01459.
Could you repeat the number again?
I'm sorry, Judge, it's DHT 01459. It's a video. And this is 6th of July in 1999 at Pristina. If we can play this as well.
It is true that recently, especially following the end of the war and the last few days, we have seen a not very good, decent or responsible situation where certain individuals or groups who have been involved in breaking into apartments, also abusing the symbols of Kosovo Liberation Army in lootings, burglaries, burnings, destructions, also in desecrating monuments and busts of Serbs. This is a concerning and worrying phenomenon for us. Kosovo Provisional Government and myself personally distance ourselves from such responsible acts.
And Ms. Mitchell, this, did you see this video, this conference at the time?
Not at the time, no.
Yeah, but again, it's Thaçi the same day, the 6th of July, of condemning violence against Serbs and others, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this in evidence.
No objection.
DHT 01459 is admitted and is public.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D89.
Your Honor, I noticed the time, the little piece that I have here is going to be a little bit longer. It may be better for Ms. Mitchell just to take it all at once. It's talking about the Stari Grachko situation. There's a little bit of a story to that. No, I'm just saying that it maybe just break down and just, yeah, and this.
We will break for lunch now, witness. It'll be an hour and a half. We'll be back here at 2:30 for the final session of the day. Madam, you may take the witness out. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise.
All rise.
Be seated. The panel will address the document marked for identification 1D000074ET. The Thaçi defense has rendered a corrected version of the English translation, and the panel orders that the correct version be of the translation be admitted. Do you have that translation?
Yes, we uploaded it in the queue. Yes.
I'm sorry?
It's been uploaded in the queue, the correct translation.
Unless there's some objection, which there appears to be none.
No objection, Your Honor.
1D000074ET is admitted. Thank you. Madam Court Usher, you may bring the witness in.
Your Honour, just very briefly, I can update the panel that, just to update the panel and to inform the prosecution as well, due to the topics that Mr. Kehoe has covered, it's quite likely that my estimate will be drastically reduced and maybe nothing. So we'll just wait and see for the last half hour, but just to keep you updated.
Mr. Ellis, I think your position is somewhat the same.
Yes, I won't be dwelling on topics that have been thoroughly covered. I think somewhere between 20 minutes, half an hour.
Okay, and you're still with 40 minutes, you think? Thereabouts?
Thereabouts, possibly a little less.
Okay, thank you. We continue with Mr. Kehoe's questions for you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell. Hopefully, I don't have to take too much more of your time. So thank you for your consideration so far. As I noted in lunch, I just wanted to touch on the murders at Stary Grachka, which I know you know a lot about. You've documented that, and correct me if I'm wrong, 14 Serbs were murdered in Stary Grachka. Is that about correct, that number?
I think that's right, yes.
Okay. And obviously, this was in, I guess, the latter part of July of 1999?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously, of course, this is a gross understatement, but it increased tensions dramatically in the area when that happened, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you a video, which is DHT 00906, and it's the same in the same in the English, and it is a video from the 24th of July of 1999.
Government of Kosovo, Hashim Thaçi.
This act is against democracy.
The people of Kosovo,
Bashkësisë ndërkombëtare,
international community.
ky akt I konunon vetëm Miloševićit dhe regjimit të tij.
This act suits only Milošević and his regime.
Dhe askujt tjetër në Kosovë, e botë.
And no one else, whether in Kosovo or in the world.
Ky akt fillonës ndodhi në ditën kur përfundoi faza 2 e procesit të demilitarizimit të ushtrisë lirimtare të Kosovës.
This act has occurred exactly in the day when the second phase of the process of demilitarization of the KLA has been completed.
Në këtë rast ftoj edhe një herë serbët të cilët janë në Kosovë që të mos largohen nga Kosova, që të mos kenë frikë nga shqiptarët,
Not to leave Kosovo and not to be afraid from Albanians,
të afrohen me njëri tjetrin si qytetarë të barabartë të Kosovës,
to approach each other and to live as equal citizens of Kosovo,
ta ndihmojnë njëri tjetrin, ta respektojnë njëri tjetrin,
to help and to respect each other
të integrohen me njëri tjetrin
and to integrate
dhe të ndërtojnë një shoqëri me të vërtetë të mirëfillt qytetare moderne.
in order to live a society of citizens which is up to date with the world.
Yeah, again, Ms. Mitchell, this is President Thaçi condemning this crime, and he's the voice in the Kosovo Albanian community outwardly, condemning this crime and this murder of 14 Serbs in July of 1999, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this in evidence.
No objection.
DHT 00906, Albanian and English, is admitted.
We can turn our attention to
Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Your Honors, that will be 1D90.
My apologies.
And it can be reclassified as public?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
We can turn our attention to a BBC monitoring report, 020644, 020645, and the page we're interested in is 020644. Now, Ms. Mitchell, this is the 27th, I'm sorry. You can just scroll it up a little bit, to the, up there. A BBC report picking up a wire service, and this says the source is Kosovo Press. And this is the statement, again, by Mr. Thaçi condemning the Gračak murders. And, and in this, they are sourcing this with the Kosovo Press Agency. So Kosovo Press was one of the local Kosovo Albanian newspapers, correct?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this document in evidence.
Your Honor, for the record, that's already P527 public.
P527? Thank you.
Thank you.
Makes life a lot easier, Judge. Let me turn our attention to 018312. And this is a newspaper article from Shikuli. And this is again, comments by General Jackson, but President Thaçi condemning these murders. And Shikuli is in fact another local media source, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this document in evidence.
No objection.
018312 is admitted. and is, if it's not, it's reclassified as public.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Your Honors, this will be Exhibit 1D91.
Thank you.
Let me turn our attention to yet another press conference later on into October, and this will be DHT 02796, dated 15 October 1999.
Komuniteti ndërkombëtar nuk duhet të përsërisë në Kosovë gabime.
The international community should not repeat the mistakes made earlier in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is what Hashim Thaçi, Prime Minister of the Provisional Government of Kosovo, said after a few months of management of this Albanian province by the international community. The situation in Kosovo can be. The interpreter apologizes, but he does not have a transcript of this video.
Judge. The transcript is DHT 02796. If we can just run it back.
Komuniteti ndërkombëtar nuk duhet të përsërisë në Kosovë gabimet e bëra më parë në Bosnjë-Hercegovinë. Është shprehur
The international community should not repeat in Kosovo the mistakes made before in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is what Hashim Thaçi, the Prime Minister of the Provisional Government of Kosovo, said today, who gave an interview of the current situation after 4 months of management of the Albanian province by the international community. The perspective of Kosovo can only be ensured by the important political factors which are aware of the constant danger from Serbian hegemony, because we are all experiencing this danger. From Kosovo, we have about 5,000 imprisoned people who are still held in Serbian prisons. Kosovo still continues to be divided. The city of Mitrovica continues to be divided. We have the city of Rahovec barricaded, but what is happening in Mitrovica, unfortunately, is being legitimized by factors who came in Kosovo to eliminate its division. Even more visible are the action of some war deserters who want to show their bravery towards helpless citizens. Those who during the war did not raise against the members of the Macabre Serb regime actually endanger their fellow citizens. The war against the Serbian regime will end successfully only when all active factors in Kosovo declare war on primitivism, creating a clear political and national consciousness. In Kosovo, the philosophy of forgiveness, tolerance should dominate and not revenge. The stability of Kosovo, has further stated Prime Minister Thaçi, depends on the scale and speed of reconstruction and vice versa. But the reconstruction of Kosovo, he reiterated, cannot be realized without the contribution of the international community. The Provisional Government of Kosovo, continued Thaçi, considers the protection and affirmation of all ethnic groups in Kosovo as part of the special Kosovo interest. If we will be at the same level of responsibility we have taken, he concluded, I hope that Kosovo in the future will be taken as an example of successful transformation in Southeast Europe.
So again, he started giving these speeches, and we'll get to this in June, and now it's in October, and you can, during your period of time there was a continuous pattern of fighting of Mr. Thaçi giving statements to quell violence, for reconciliation with all ethnic parties, and for peaceful reconciliation in the entire country, wasn't he?
Can you break that down a little bit? I'm sorry, I was listening to what you said and
That's
didn't,
no problem.
didn't
We
hear
have,
the question.
we have a situation here of President Thaçi talking about people who are harming defenseless civilians. And he's calling out against that as late as October. And this is something that he has been calling out against going back to June and July, and now this is August, isn't it? Excuse me, October.
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll offer this into evidence.
No objection.
DHT 02796 video and the transcript at 02796, the English transcript, I should say, is admitted.
Your Honors, this will be Exhibit 1D92, and it's already classified as public.
We'll turn our attention to 020477 and to 79, and I'm interested in page 020478. This is a BBC report, 21 June 1999. This is just a little bit different. This is calling for a multi-ethnic Kosovo. Where is that? Can you scroll down a little bit? I think this is 478. Oh, are we on 478? Okay. Just bear with me, Ms. Mitchell. I'm just looking for this particular quote. If we go to towards the bottom of that page, is it 477? Excuse me. And towards the bottom of that, yes. In that bottom paragraph, and again, this is 21 June of 1999, then Prime Minister Thaçi says, "Our goal is to have a multi-ethnic Kosovo. We do not want this region to become purely Albanian." And over this period of time, in addition to this, and we'll look at some others, he was calling for a multi-ethnic Kosovo, wasn't he?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll offer into evidence this newspaper article.
No objection.
024477 to 024479 at page 024477 is admitted.
Yes, we're going to put the whole thing in, yes. The whole article.
Oh, so so 024477 to 79, then the entire.
Yes.
It's just 2 pages, 3 pages, yeah. It's admitted.
Your Honors, just to place the correct ERN number on the record, it's 020477 to 0479, and it will become Exhibit 1D93, and it's already classified as public.
I can turn our attention to 0553 055055500 to 055502, and I'm looking at 550. And this is a article for the 21st of July, 1999. And this is an article in a periodical that is known as Taz Point Day. And among other things, it says the Albanian as well, in discussions with him that he, in the interview, he says he wanted a multi-ethnic Kosovo. And let me get the particular quote involved. If we go, just scroll down a little bit to under what tasks should the Transitional Council take on? Do you see that, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and he notes there, whoops. It should ensure care for refugees, enable them to return to their ancestral places, promote their reintegration into civil society, and it is, I reiterate, a multi-ethnic, multicultural society. Now, I must confess, Judge Bartha, you know this better than I, that this periodical is in German, and neither Albanian nor anything else. So I think that's one of the few that we have, but it is in German. So again, he again calls for the multi-ethnic, multicultural society, consistent with what you said before that he'd been doing during this period of time. Correct, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll move this item into evidence.
No objection.
No, it's
05535 to...
No, can I give that to you again, Judge?
Yeah, please, because you gave me three numbers to start out with.
I do that all the time, Judge. It's 055500 to 055502. I think I said 3 5s there.
You did.
That's what I said.
Is it 2 or 3?
No, it's 3, but there's no 3 in there. It's 055500.
055
5.
500 to 055502
Correct.
is admitted.
Your Honors, this will become Exhibit 1D94, and current classification is confidential.
And it need not be confidential, Judge. It's just a newspaper.
Any objection to public?
No objection to reclassifying, and just so the record is clear, you're also admitting the English translation, which is -ET.
Yes, yes.
All right, the note should be including the English translation, and it is reclassified to public.
And Ms. Mitchell, let me show you a photograph, which is DHT 00894, and it's in a series, but I think we're looking at a series from 894 through DHT 00898, and I'm interested in the photograph of 898. And I show you this photograph, which is the 21st of July of 1999 of Mr. Thaçi, Chajkovic, and of course, you know, Mr. Ambassador Kushner, and Mr. Thaçi has a young Serb child. Have you seen this photograph in the media?
No, I haven't.
Okay. I mean, do you know these array of people at the time? You know Kushner, of course.
Yes.
And Mr. Thaçi, did you know the other Serb leaders that are in this photograph?
I'm not sure if that's Father Sava or not. Otherwise, no.
I mean, if you don't recognize it, then
No.
we can.
I'm afraid I don't.
That's quite all right. I mean, I'll just show it to another witness. Your Honor, I mean, if the witness can't identify this, I'll move on to another witness on this photograph. Let me turn our attention to a 2 August 1999 political declaration. That's SITF 00265 677 to 678. And this is coming from OSCE Mick. And if we go to number 4 in this item, and by the way, just can we scroll back up for the date? So you see the date of 2 August of 1999, and it says political declaration of the interim government. If we go down to 4, let's take a look at that. The interim government expresses indignation at the killing of civilians in Kosovo, independent of the nationality of the victims. These crimes have become a hostage of the political clauses regarding the fate of the KLA and the police of Kosovo. In case they would have free hands to operate, the IGK and the KLJA police would act efficiently in the prevention of crimes in Kosovo. The interim government of Kosovo calls again on the citizens of Kosovo to put aside the hostilities and turn to reconstruction of Kosovo and to just and political solutions of political issues. Now again, this is yet another article where he's calling for the end of hostilities, is he not?
Yes, he is.
Okay, let me go to the next item, which is a tape which is DHT 01301 is the video, and the transcript is 0301. There should be an English transcript on this. Now, Robin Cook is the foreign minister, the UK foreign minister at the time, was he not?
Yes, I believe he was, yeah.
Again, just if we stop it a second, this is London, 2 September 1999. Oh, good. Thank you.
But we have an issue that is causing us great concern, the fact that a lot of Serbians have left Kosovo.
The fact that a lot of Serbians have left Kosovo.
Sepse ne jemi të interesuar që në Kosovë të ndërtojmë një shoqëri multietnike të barabartë për të gjithë qytetarët e Kosovës.
Because we are interested to establish in Kosovo a multi-ethnic society, equal society for all citizens of Kosovo.
Ne ju kemi bërë ftesë dhe i thasëm përsëri që ata njerëz të kthehen në Kosovë.
And we do ask from all Serbians who left Kosovo to return in Kosovo.
Ta ndihmojnë paqen e demokracinë.
To help peace and democracy. We concluded in the meeting of the Transitional Council yesterday that the situation is improving every day.
Megjithatë ne do të punojmë dhe kam bindje të plot se në përputhshmëri me ato të cilat e kemi nënshkruar ne do të ketë sukses të plot procesi transformimit dhe demilitarizimit të UÇK-s.
But I'm more than sure that we are going to work in accordance with all the agreements that we have already signed, and the process of the transformation and demilitarization of the KLA will be successful.
Sir, can you give us a 100% guarantee? We have been encouraged that so far the KLA has kept the timetable and has actually surrendered weapons in advance of the dates by which they had to be returned.
Again, Ms. Mitchell, another example of Mr. Thaçi calling for the Serbs to come back to Kosovo to establish a multi-ethnic society, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll offer this into evidence.
No objection to the video or the English transcript.
DHT 01301 and the English translation are admitted.
Your Honors, this will be Exhibit 1D95, and it's already classified as public.
Thank you.
And let me turn your attention to another video here, which is DHT 01477 to DHT 01477, and the English transcript should be the same. Now, at the time that I'm talking about, in the summer of 1999, Wesley Clark was the commander-in-chief of NATO. General Clark, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
Sakir, I think.
Sexer, that's right.
Sexer, yeah.
Very good. Supreme Allied Command of Europe. That's very good. This is 1 July 1999.
Margaret Warner has our interview with U.S. Army General Wesley Clark, the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. She spoke to him earlier this evening.
Welcome, General.
Thank you, Margaret.
I want to talk to you first about the KFOR mission in Kosovo. Secretary of State Albright said yesterday when she was up at the UN, the people of Kosovo are not safe. Is that true?
Well, I think that this is a period of sorting out that's going on. There are hundreds of thousands of people coming back. There have been some terrible things done in that country. There are all kinds of emotions running rampant. And there are Serbs still there, some of whom may have participated in that, others who are just afraid they're going to be taken for guilty because of their ethnicity. There are gypsies who are also being discriminated against. And so there's some legitimate efforts to get property back. There's some revenge taking. There's some score settling. One doesn't really know, but it's a very difficult time. Our troops are there. We're doing everything we can, but of course we're not police.
Do you think if Serbs continue to leave and they don't come back, do you think that in any way undercuts the credibility of what NATO went to war for, this multi-ethnic ideal, as you put it?
Well, I think we have to temper the ideal with reality. And we don't know how widespread Serb popular participation in the atrocities really were. And so maybe a lot of these people helped themselves to their neighbor's property, participated in some masked banditry and worse mischief while the ethnic cleansing was going on. We just don't know. And so some of the people that are leaving may well consider themselves as real targets for international justice as well as for Albanian revenge. So it's a little hard to generalize. But as I said, the ideal is we'd like to promote a multi-ethnic society. And by the way, the KLA leadership has called for the same thing.
And do you think they're genuine?
I think they are.
So General Clark is echoing, is he not, the statements for a multi-ethnic society that President Thaçi has been talking about during this period of time, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Your Honor, we'll offer this video into evidence.
Your Honor, the only concern I have is it looked like there were two questions and answers, and it faded in the middle. So I just don't know if that was from the website, that was the complete interview, or if it was spliced or cut and there was stuff in the middle of what General Clark said that was cut out. That's my only concern with it, but in terms of the substance, I don't have an objection.
I don't know where you got it. Was anything cut out of it?
I think that there were items that had nothing to do with this that in fact were cut. But, I mean, we'll certainly let council look at the whole thing, and we just MFI it, and they can look at the whole thing.
We'll give it an MFI, and then you can take a look at it and report back tomorrow, hopefully.
Are we sitting tomorrow, Your Honor?
Oh, that's right. This is Thursday. So Monday.
Judge, well, I'll do the best I can to get retracking as to exactly where it is, but it shouldn't be that difficult. We'll get it. I'm thinking out loud is what I was doing, but we'll get it. So, Ms. Mitchell, there were, during this entire period of time, government, oh, I'm sorry.
We have to get the MFI.
Your Honors, DHT 01477 and English transcript will receive MFI number 1D96, and they are currently classified as public.
Sorry, my apologies. So during this entire period of time, there were various groups that were, various ethnic groups that were working together to try to put a government together, and they established something called the Kosovo Transitional Council. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. Thaçi in that participated in this council with other entities, Serb, President Rugova, and others. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
And I believe it was, Archbishop Artemia was one of them, and Momčilo Trajković was the other. Right?
I don't remember the specific
I
names.
understand.
I'm sorry, counsel.
I
But I have
understand.
no reason not to believe that they were involved.
Understood. I mean, that transitioned into the joint administrative, the joint interim administrative structure as well. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that particular acronym, no.
Okay. But you would say with me that during this period of time, that Mr. Thaçi, along with the other ethnic and religious leaders, was involved in the Kosovo Transitional Council, right?
Yes.
Okay, and he was assisting in the establishment for the Kosovo Police Force, right?
Yes.
And he was also assisting with the Kosovo Protection Force, right?
Is that the TMK?
TMK.
Yes.
And while he is doing this, they are drawing down the KLA with an agreement signed June 21st with complete demobilization by September 21st, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that all this is going on with trying to establish this government and trying to get the Serbs back and trying to quell violence. Thaçi is involved, President Thaçi is involved in all of those steps, isn't he?
Yes.
And we haven't talked to this too much, but we have talked about Mitrovica. Mitrovica was a pretty, to put it mildly, volatile place with Serbs on one side of the river and the Albanians on the other side of the river, right?
Yes.
And it was, and let me go to the video on Mitrovica, 26 June of 1999. It's DHT 01305, 1305. And again, this is 26 June of 1999 in Mitrovica.
I'm glad we are meeting in Mitrovica today, for which we fought. We have come here today with Mr. D'Amelio to talk to you and to talk to the Serbian side. We crossed the bridge, we went to the hospital, we sent our people there. The works have started. We are interested in regulating everything in close cooperation with the international community, and we are going to do so. As always, we are really interested in solving every problem in a dignified way, with discipline, with culture, as it suits us. We have even waged our war in a cultural way, and so are we going back to premises and build lives with the real civics culture, not only Albanian, but a democratic and world culture. We need to understand that Serbs too need to live in Mitrovica, those who have not committed crimes, those who have not killed people. We are not interested, and we do not fuel the fires of a mono-ethnic life. We need to understand that whoever wants to live in Kosovo should live in Kosovo. Kosovo belongs to Kosovars, and they are going to live there.
So, again, Ms. Mitchell, we have Mr. Thaçi in the midst of this somewhat volatile situation in Mitrovica in June, late June of 1999, calling for a country where Serbs and Kosovars are Kosovar Albanians are living together, and that the Serbs are entitled to live in Mitrovica as well. Correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'll offer this item to evidence, this video into evidence.
No objection.
DHT 01305, the June 26 video is admitted.
Your Honors, this will be Exhibit 1D97, and if we can please receive a clarification regarding classification, as it's unclassified at the moment.
It could be public.
The document is classified public.
Your Honor, may I have just 1 second to consult with my client? I'll be right back. We have seen a series of, We have seen a series of videos and articles involving President Thaçi calling for stopping the violence, coexistence, the building of a multi-ethnic society, work with the internationals and with other ethnic groups. There was no other Kosovo Albanian individuals such as President Rugova out there doing what President Thaçi was doing at this very volatile time, was there?
I don't remember who else in the Albanian leadership, the
Well,
Kosovo
let's talk about
Albanian-
President Rugova. President
Yeah.
Rugova, God rest his soul, he was in Italy, and he was not among the Kosovo Albanian people calling for nonviolent coexistence with all ethnic parties, was he?
Not that I remember during that time period.
Ms. Mitchell, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions right now, Judge.
Yeah, if you'll just give me a moment to get ready. Okay, I've switched places to be at a longer mic, so I'm hoping this is going to be better, but just let me know if it's not, if anyone can't hear me properly. So good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell. I don't have long with you today, you'll be glad to know. I just have 3 topics that I want to cover with you. And for the first one, if I could get a map up on the screen, that's SBOE 00208166. Okay, I think we can zoom in a little bit. What I would like to begin with is to have Pristina in the northeast on the map. Right, so that's... Witness, can you see Pristina there on the map? To the east. Sort of in the middle of the screen now.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's where you were based, isn't it, during your time in Kosovo? That's where you were staying, in the evenings at least.
Yes.
But during the days you would go out and visit with local commanders and your staff in the regional towns and things of that nature. Isn't that right?
Yes, whenever I could. Yep.
Okay. And when you were answering questions asked by the prosecutor, you were talking about having gone to the Prizren area to meet with a local commander called Ramesh Haradinaj. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, if we could zoom out a bit so we can get Prizren on the map, and that will be down to south. Okay, you can see Prizren there?
Yes.
You located on the map, great. And we were trying to get a time frame for when you would have been down there. And you had recalled that it may have been quite shortly after your deployment to Kosovo, because you were talking to him about the Serbs or stuff that had gone down in that area. And today even you mentioned incidents that had happened in Rahovac. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And can you see Rahovac on that map?
Yes.
And you had said that, okay, so it might have been shortly after deployment, but then we talked further about narrowing it down, and you said most likely conversations with Ramesh would have happened between right after the Rachak massacre, which was in the middle of February, and prior to your evacuation, which was in March 20th, I believe. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I think there were conversations prior to that as well.
Okay, okay, that's very helpful, thank you. Now, can you remember what Ramesh was the commander of? Do you remember his title at all?
I really don't know. They were just referred to as zone commanders.
Zone commander. Do you remember which zone he was the commander of?
No.
Would it surprise you to learn that on the prosecution's evidence he was the zone commander of Dukajin?
No.
That's not something you can remember. Okay, well, if we could just move the map up a little bit. The prosecution's evidence is that the Duke-Eugene zone comprised the towns of Paya, which you should be able to see there to the left. Do you recall Paya?
Yes.
And Dechan, which is about halfway down that road leading to Jakova, if we could just move the map up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jakova in the south. And then also, according to the prosecution's case, parts of Klina, which is to the east of Paya, and parts of Istok, which is north. So, witness, is it still your recollection that you were talking to Ramesh Haradinai, because zone commander of the Duke-Eugene zone in Prizren? Does this?
He's the name that I remembered the most.
Okay, thank you, witness. So we can take that map down. And now I would like to turn to, as seen as told, volume 2. So the ERN for that is CITIF 0001529. And I'd like to go to page ending in 1554. And what we're going to do just for a minute or two is just revisit what you said about methodology. So if we scroll down the page, just one moment. My apologies, if you could go back up to the first paragraph. So it's starting with the report concentrates. The report concentrates on information collected by the OSCE, most often through direct interviews with the victim family members or witnesses. Other information was used to provide verification or refutation or background and context for the primary data. This report does not, therefore, address violations that are beyond the reach of the OSCE's mission's investigative and reporting efforts. This report documents well-founded allegations of human rights violations. Further investigation into the allegations is required to determine the exact nature of the crimes and/or human rights violations committed and their perpetrators. Such investigations can only be conducted by those with legitimate local and international mandates to investigate, arrest and prosecute those responsible. Now, that appears to me to be consistent with what you have been telling us in your testimony these last few days. Would you agree?
Yes.
Now, if I can take you to another page of volume 2, and that is page SITF 1750. So, could we go to, can I just see the top of the page? We should be on 26 September. Is that the page ending 1750? I can't quite see. Yeah, 1750. Did I misspeak? Right. And if we can go to the fourth bullet under the 26th of September, and could you read that aloud for us, witness?
Where's the first bullet? I'm happy to.
It's the one
Okay,
that starts
1,
at
2, 3,
2100.
At 2100, a Kosovo Albanian was shot and killed by another Kosovo Albanian in front of a state-owned warehouse in the center of Pechpea, footnote 288.
Now, just before we go to the footnote, you had clarified that a lot of the information in this annex didn't have citations to back it up. would it surprise you to know that less than 1/3 of the allegations actually had any citation to back it up?
No.
Okay. Can we go down to the footnote, please? Apologies. Sit rep for the 27th and 28th of September. So we were actually able to locate this particular sit rep. So if we could bring that up, please. That's at SITIF 00388-674. Great. Now, can we just scroll down to the end of that first page? Okay. Now, witness, you should be able to see the corresponding entry for what we just read from the report. And I was wondering if you could read that out for us under killings.
Kosovar Albanian was killed by a shotgun by another Kosovar Albanian in front of the state-owned warehouse in the center of Pechpea, downtown at 2100 hours on 26 September 1999. According to the initial information, it was because of a personal dispute. HRO, Human Rights Officer, will follow up the case.
And witness, did you notice that those last two sentences were omitted from the annex of As Seen As Told?
Yes.
I don't suppose you can remember at this juncture why those sentences were omitted?
Nope.
And do you know if the Human Rights Officer did follow up?
I don't know.
Thank you, witness. Can you see that it might be a bit difficult for us to rely on your sources when there seems to be information in those sources that's not making its way into the final report?
Objection, it's argumentative.
Sustained.
I'll move on to my last point. And this has to do with something that came up in your evidence on your first day, so on the 5th of December 2023, and it was when Ms. Mayer was asking you about meetings that you and your staff had with local KLA. And it starts at page 10594, and you were explaining, and I can read from the transcript, that you could get access to them. It was actually quite easy, and you said at line 20, I think they were, genuinely trying to help restart and rebuild Kosovo. So there was a willingness on their part to meet with the international community. And then the prosecutor said, understood. My question is more just about those conversations you were having with the local commanders, or your staff was having with the local commanders when they would raise these issues of men dressed in uchika, with an uchika insignia, taking people, and the response from local commanders. My question is, was that limited? And you said, oh, I'm sorry. And the prosecutor said, to one particular geographic zone, or was that across Kosovo? Answer, thanks for repeating. It was across. It was across the province. There was really no area that we didn't see or hear that from. Question, so is it fair to say that that would be coordinated, that it was similar across all of the zones, not limited to one particular group of people or individual who gave you that explanation or that response? And you said yes, and the patterns are well documented by OMIC in this regard. Now, witness, is that still your evidence as you sit here now today?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to take you back to your report, volume 2. And if you just bear with me one moment. could we go to the page ending in 1534? And this is the foreword of your report, which has been signed by Bernard Kouchner, who is then the SRSG. And if we can scroll down. Go back up a little bit. And I'm going to take it from the fourth line down. And it reads, "It is not fair to make comparisons with the situation before or during the war. At that time, and for at least a decade, there was a systematic policy of apartheid, a subhuman status, or at least a sub-community status for Albanians in Kosovo. This is no longer the case today. Perhaps it may seem just as bad today for Serbs or Roma who live in fear, who cannot move about freely, or have to find a way to protect their children. But it is no longer a matter of policy. All the parties in Kosovo, all leaders, Serbs and Albanians, have stated their positions in favor of a multi-ethnic society and coexistence among all the communities. The crimes we see are the acts of individuals. No political party has claimed responsibility for them. Their representatives in the Kosovo Transitional Council have condemned these abuses every time, and they themselves have expressed their concern over these acts of intolerance. We cannot exclude the possibility of double talk, but we cannot presuppose it either." Witness, do you agree with that still?
Well, Mr. Kushner and I saw things differently at times. I don't at all dispute what he said.
Do you find it at all surprising that he, who had an overview of the whole situation, had come to this very different view based on the statements that he was having, presumably with political leaders that he was acting much closer with than you?
No.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. O'Reilly. Mr. Roberts?
Nothing from me at this stage, Your Honour. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis?
Thank you, Your Honour. Just give me a moment. Good afternoon, witness. My name's Aidan Ellis, and I'm representing Mr. Jakub Kuznici. Despite the time spent setting up, I'm not actually going to be very long with you this afternoon. But going last, I do need to jump around a little bit between some of the topics, so I'll try and do that clearly. The first is this. This morning, Mr. Kehoe showed you a portion of your ICTY testimony from July of 2006. And if I could have that back on the screen, it was IT 0587T, T555 to T638 at page 615.
I just note it looks like the transcript was frozen. Oh, no, it's moving again. Thank you.
Yes, that's the one, thank you. And your answer to a question you were looking at earlier today was beginning at line 9. Mr. Kehoe already asked you about the sentence, the KLA was not unified in a centrally coordinated way. And you also went on that it had different zone commanders, and so it did tend to look different in different parts of Kosovo. And that's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And further down the page, on lines 23 and 24, you carried on that they could behave differently depending on the zone commanders. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And going back to that first passage, lines 6 to 12 again, thank you. Sorry, lines 14, 15 and 16. You were aware at the time that natural village defence groups had formed and then called themselves the KLA, and that's right again, isn't it?
Yes.
And at lines 11 and 12, you said it was difficult for you to know at times who was part of the KLA. Or you don't know at times who was part of the KLA because these groups were forming and calling themselves the KLA, correct?
Correct.
And if we could move forwards then in the transcript to page 620. This is still from your testimony in that case in 2006. And you were asked about whether the KLA were known to be at times dressed in civilian clothing, and your response was yes. And that would remain your position today, correct?
Yes.
And it was then put to you that, would it be true to say that the KVM staff concluded in your report that and I quote now, the vast majority of the rank and file KLA members remained villagers with a weapon, and you agreed with that. That would remain your position today.
Yes.
And further down the page, lines 13 to 15, you were asked about it, the basis of the structures that were emerging, and your view at the time was yes, they were definitely village orientated. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Righto. That can be taken down now, thank you. I want now to ask you a couple of questions about the visits that you say you made to KLA detention centres in the period prior to March 1999, so before the evacuation. Okay. And you've given evidence over the past couple of days about the visit in February 1999 that you made with Miss Ringard to Remy and Fatih in La Pastissa. You recall that evidence?
Yes.
And it was put to you by the prosecution that you had visited detention centres on 5 or 6 times, and although your recollection was foggy, you agreed it might have been that number, I think.
Yeah, it's quite foggy. It was a few times.
Right.
Yeah.
And you were shown a couple of documents regarding the visit to La Pastissa in February 1999. And I think you confirmed that the procedure was, yes, those documents would have been prepared either that night or perhaps the following day as circumstances allow.
That's right.
Yeah. And that would have been the procedure at the time, to write up reports of visits to detention centres as soon as possible after that.
Yes.
But you weren't shown a documentary record to support any other visits that you had to detention centres at that time, were you?
No, I was not.
Can I take you then to a passage in As Seen, As Told, Volume 1? And the reference for Volume 1 is SPOE 00198-098. And I'm looking at the page ending 198220, which I think may have been admitted already, if that assists. And if we could scroll down a little, please. Yes, now the paragraph that's currently at the bottom of your screen, Miss Mitchell, if I could invite you just to read that for a moment. Now that's referring, isn't it, to gaining access to 8 alleged detainees on one occasion in the text, correct?
That's correct.
And the footnote or endnote there is footnote 39, which I think would take us to the page ending 224 in the document. There we have it at the helpfully obscured by the where it's been photocopied, but it is that one, I think, referring to the record of a meeting on the 18th of February with the zone commander and the military police chief in La Pastissa. So it seems to be the case, doesn't it, that the only visit to a KLA detention centre referred to in As Seen, As Told is this one visit to Remy and Fatih in La Pastissa. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And if there had been more visits at that time, that would have been reflected in As Seen, As Told, wouldn't it?
If they had been documented and we had the documents, yes.
Yeah. And if there had been visits, they should have been documented, shouldn't they?
They should have been documented and the documents should have left Kosovo, yes.
Could we then go to Exhibit P3? Now then, this again is a document prepared by Suzanne Ringard relating to a meeting with the zone commander in Petrova on the 23rd of February 1999. Are you able to recall, is that a visit that you would have accompanied Miss Ringard on?
I'm sorry, could you just scan it up a little bit, please?
Sorry, you want to see the bottom of the
If you don't.
Yes, could we...
Thank you.
Do you recall if you were with Miss Ringard on that occasion in Petrova?
I do not.
Very well. Very well. If I could invite your attention to the second paragraph, the one that begins, I informed the zone commander. It appeared to me that what Miss Ringard's saying there is she's trying to use the example of the one visit to La Pastissa to persuade that zone commander to allow her to visit detainees. Is that the right reading of it?
Yes, sir.
And on that occasion, the zone commander in Petrova was not allowing the visit. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
So again, an example of the different zone commanders behaving in different ways, correct?
Yes.
But it isn't being put to the zone commander in Petrova that there were multiple occasions when other people had allowed visits to detention centres. It's only the one visit in La Pastisa that's being referred to, correct?
Yes.
And as for these other visits that you've mentioned, you can't recall the location or the date or the personnel involved?
No, I really can't. No.
I see. Couldn't it be the case that, given that as seen as told only refers to the one visit, that in fact there was only one visit in that period?
There was only, no, I do remember other visits, but unfortunately they, for whatever reasons, the documentation isn't there.
I see. Very well. Different topic. That can be taken down. Thank you. In your human rights reporting prior to March 1999, you weren't getting very much in the way of cooperation from the Serbian authorities, were you?
It was very mixed, but overall, no.
Yeah. And the documents you were getting from them were obviously propaganda, weren't they?
Mostly, yes.
Yeah. Everything was prejudged and there wasn't much in the way of reliable evidence that you could use.
Yes, in the files that we saw.
Thank you. Now, you were asked a little, I think yesterday, about false flag operations, as Mr. Kehoe termed them, where Serbian forces would impersonate KLA fighters. Now, I want to show you something further on that topic. If we could show the video DJK 00568, and there is a transcript for that, hopefully linked to it as DJK 00568 TRET. The video itself is in Serbian.
Do zuba naoružani pripadnik OVK.
A member of the KLA armed to his teeth. Correct? That's right. Question, and you've changed your uniform frequently. Answer, correct. And when I say the change on uniform, is that only when it was necessary, or answer? That's correct. So you were a KLA fighter if you must. Answer, if necessary, that's right. Slavko Nikic, that's me. People try to present this picture to the public in some way as a photo montage, so I offer them to go to the Security Institute. If it proves to be a photo montage, I pay all costs. If they do not prove it, they'll pay me the damage caused. They didn't agree because they knew that this was the uniform I wore at one point, because I could easily finish what was then in the interest of the state of Serbia and the defense of the Serbian.
So on its face, that appears to be a Serbian, Slavko Nikic, saying that he was wearing a KLA uniform in the photograph because he could easily finish what was in the interest of the state of Serbia and the defense of Serbians. That's what we've just watched, isn't it?
Yes.
And I want to show you one other document. That one can be taken down. Your Honour, the other document is on the presentation queue of Mr. Salimi. I think in the circumstances I need your permission to show it to the witness, but I assume no prejudice is caused by it being on their queue rather than mine. Thank you. It's DRS 00096. Now, you were asked some questions I think yesterday, about the Panda Cafe incident by Mr. Kehoe. And this is an article from September of this year. And if I take you to the first substantive paragraph, the one in bold, what that is referring to, isn't it, is relatives of the victims making a request to the public prosecutor's office for Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić to be questioned as a witness in that case. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we could go down to the third paragraph, the reason they were asking for him to be questioned, you can see there, is that Vučić had made statements about the massacre on several occasions when he alleged the crime was not committed by Albanians and that he practically knows what happened in the cafe that fateful night. You see that there in the article?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. This, of course, is information that's come out later, and it wouldn't have been in your possession in December 1999 as you prepare the volumes of As Seen, As Told, correct?
Correct.
And there isn't a mechanism, is there, for As Seen, As Told to be updated as reports like these come to light?
That's, yeah, I'm not with the OSCE anymore, but I don't think so.
No. And at the time, the OSCE didn't have the resources or the mandate to follow up on individual cases and confirm the identity of suspected perpetrators. Did you?
No, we did not.
Your Honour, I seek to tender those two exhibits, the video and the video with the transcript and the newspaper article.
Video DJK 00568 TRET and its translation DJK 00568 is admitted. And I believe the newspaper article is DRS 00096. Is that correct, Mr. Ellis?
It is. I think it goes on to the second page as well, DRS 00097, Your Honour.
So DRS 0096 and 97 is admitted. They can be classified as public unless somebody has an objection to that.
Public is fine by us, Your Honour.
No objection to the documents or their classification. I believe they both generated from the defense teams, respectively.
Thank you.
Your Honors, the video and its transcript will become Exhibit 4D15, and the article will be Exhibit 4D16.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my final set of questions are about As Seen, As Told, Volume 2.
And Mr. Ellis, we can go over a little bit as long as it's not excessive. So don't feel like you have to rush.
Thank you, Your Honour. It's not long, but it probably will be longer than the 4 or so minutes remaining.
Microphone, please. Yes, Your Honour.
It'll be at most another 5 minutes beyond that, Your Honour. It's right, isn't it, that part of the methodology of these reports is that you don't give the names of victims, witnesses, and alleged perpetrators as a rule?
As a rule, yes.
And it would have been the human rights officers in the field actually taking the original witness accounts that form the basis of the report, correct?
Yes. It may have been other OSCE members, but yes.
But in the main, it wouldn't have been you yourself.
Oh. That's right.
And the procedure at that time was, were they recording it on a pro forma questionnaire or type document?
This is after the evacuation?
I'm talking about Volume 2.
Oh, my apologies. There was templates, but people didn't have portable computers, so sometimes they'd write notes and then complete the template or put it in some sort of a format.
I see. So the procedure at the time would be the human rights officer or whoever it was within the team would conduct the interview through an interpreter in the field?
That's correct.
There wouldn't have been members of the team fluent in Serbian or Albanian at that time, would there?
I don't remember any.
I see. And they would make handwritten notes then, you say, and then later when they had the time they would transfer it onto the template or the pro forma?
Yes.
Yes. And then those original templates would then come in somewhere centrally to be reviewed and processed to go into as seen as told?
Not necessarily, no, if I may explain.
Yes, of course.
Yes, so the fields collected the information and then the regional offices compiled the information and submitted their insert. And then that would have been, revised mostly by Allison Jolly.
Okay.
And
So-
then sometimes we would go back with more questions.
Yes. But so the person who's working on the text of as seen as told is 2 steps removed from the person taking the original statement. It's going from the statement taker to the field office to Alison Jolly in the centre.
It's going to the regional center who's then writing the section on a particular region, and then it's coming to headquarters, yes.
I see. And the effect is, what you're doing is documenting the allegations for a historical record. It's not a criminal investigation, is it?
That's correct.
And indeed, we've seen in the passage Miss O'Reilly showed you that what you were doing as OSCE is you're calling for others to take on the criminal investigation at a later stage, correct?
Correct.
And one of the issues you were encountering at the time was that when you were asking for follow-up work, a number of the people reporting the original allegations would by then have left Kosovo, so you wouldn't be able to trace them for further follow-up questions.
That's correct.
And if I could just go to one specific page, which I think you were shown by the prosecution. The reference for As Seen As Told, Volume 2, is SITF 00001529, and the page I was looking at was the page ending 1675, which has already been admitted. As Exhibit P743.2. And you've been through this, I think, briefly with Miss O'Reilly as well. Some of these bullet points have footnotes and some do not, correct?
Correct.
Where there's no footnote, that's because there wasn't any follow-up and there wasn't any file opened, at least on the part of the OSCE, correct?
Correct.
And where we do have a footnote, if we see a reference number to a case file, and those are the references that are 2 initials and then a number, that would be a reference to an OSCE case file, correct? So perhaps if we look down the
Yes.
page, that would assist.
I'm trying to pause. I'm not avoiding your answer.
I had forgotten to do that, so you're doing better than me, witness. Yes, there we go. There's an example at the bottom of the page. So GN 0013/99, that would be a reference to an OSCE case file, wouldn't it?
Yes, from Gillan in that case.
Yes, and we can tell it's from Gillan because of the GN designation.
That's right.
But if one wanted to independently check what was on that file or what the underlying reports were, you wouldn't be able to do that from As Seen As Told itself, would you? You'd have to actually have the OSCE case file in front of you.
Yes.
And those haven't been disclosed, have they, to the Kosovo Specialist Chamber?
I don't know.
Very well. I think that's all. Thank you, Your Honour. Thank you for allowing me a little longer.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Witness, that concludes your testimony for today, but not overall. You're going to have to come back on Monday. Sorry about that. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay. You can enjoy this lovely city for a weekend.
Your Honor, because I have extensive travel plans to return home, can I assume I'd conclude on Monday?
Yes.
Thank you.
We will see to it you do.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We are adjourned until 9 a.m. on Monday. Madam, take.
All right.
I'm always a little bit too fast.